Chapter 850. Into the dungeon, the soldier commander's eyes were full of solemnity as he tiptoed into the dark corner. The moment he stepped into the darkness, his eyes became blurred and he froze on the spot. Following this, a huge force came over and a hand pulled him in. Then, the hand covered the soldier's mouth without any hesitation. With a slight cracking sound, the soldier died a violent death. In a dark corner, Zhuowen and Elder Shi Yuan looked at each other. Then, Zhuowen quickly took off the leader's armor and put on himself. After putting on the uniform of the leader of the soldiers, Zhuowen's face suddenly squirmed and changed. In the end, he took on the appearance of the leader of the soldiers, and his aura was almost identical to the latter's. Outside the fake mountain, the soldiers who were originally standing in place all frowned slightly. Their leader had already been in the shadow of the fake mountain for some time, but he still hadn't come out. Could it be that something had happened? Why hasn't the leader come out yet? Let's go take a look. The soldier at the front frowned slightly and said to the team behind him. After obtaining the approval of the group, the soldiers slowly approached the shadow in the corner. Their expressions became extremely vigilant. Their leader had been in there for a long time and still hadn't come out. Something must have happened. Therefore, these soldiers became extremely vigilant. If there was any trouble, they wouldn't be lenient. Just as they were about to approach the shadow in the corner, a figure slowly walked out, causing many of the soldiers to become nervous. The soldier in the lead even coldly shouted, "Who is it? It's me. Don't tell me you can't even recognize me? Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait? Why are you all here?" A cold and indifferent voice was transmitted over. Soon after, this figure finally appeared in front of the soldiers. Wasn't this the leader who had been investigating the shadows in this corner? "So it's Lord Chief. Just now we saw that you hadn't come out for a long time, so we were worried about your safety and took the initiative to come and check. What did you find inside, sir?" The soldier in the lead hurriedly asked. The soldier leader nodded and said faintly, "I didn't find anything. The one who made the noise should be a crafty rabbit that accidentally passed by the rockery. Other than that, there are no other abnormalities." When the other soldiers heard this, they all nodded, but they were rather puzzled. However, the person in front of them was their leader, so they didn't ask too much. "Let's go. You all continue to patrol. I need to go into the dungeon." The soldier leader waved his hand and said to the group of soldiers. The group didn't suspect anything, and ordinary soldiers could only patrol around. Was the only one who could enter the dungeon. Was the soldier leader of the dungeon, and the dungeon was dungeon. Dungeon studio art. Dungeon master studio of the dungeon was art studio, dungeon studio. Dungeon duns. Soul studio, soul dungeon soul done. Was dungeon. Soul from the memories of the leader of the soldiers. Zhuowen had a rather good understanding of the first floor of the dungeon. Besides, it was common for people like him to request to enter the dungeon. After all, the leader of the soldiers was also a human, and there were bound to be times when he was tired. Every time this happened, the leader of the soldiers would order the soldiers under him to continue patrolling while they would enter the first floor of the dungeon to take a nap. Following his memory, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The guard at the entrance glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, nodded, and let Zhuowen in. After entering the entrance, what appeared in front of Zhuowen was a rather deep passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were rows of burning torches. Walking slowly in the corridor, Zhuowen tried his best to appear calm and indifferent. Fortunately, the leader of the soldiers that Zhuowen was disguised as was a person who did not like to talk much. Hence, his relationship with the other leaders was not very good. It was because of this that Zhuowen entered the dungeon with even more ease. After all, if the master that he was impersonating was someone who was good at talking and had good interpersonal relationships, once he entered the dungeon, he would probably talk nonsense with the other leaders. At that time, the chances of him giving himself away would be very high. Walking out of the corridor, on the other side of the corridor, there was a rather spacious stone hall. There were many simple tables and chairs in the hall. At this moment, there were already 5 figures sitting on the tables and chairs, chatting happily. These 5 people were naturally the leaders of the other teams. At this moment, Zhuan's entrance also attracted the attention of the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them only glanced at Zhuan before turning their heads and continuing their discussion. Towards the indifference of the 5 people, Zhuan appeared to be very calm, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not want to talk too much with these people, otherwise, it would be easy for him to give himself away. Sitting on a chair, Zhuan discovered that there was a rather sumptuous plate of wine and fruit on the table. It was obvious that it was a reward for the leaders of the soldiers. Silently drinking his wine, Zhuan sized up the surroundings of the first floor of the dungeon. The first floor was located in the middle of the fake mountain, so it was filled with potholes, looking rather strange and ugly. On the surface of these potholes, there were rows of iron fences. With Zhuan's current eyesight, he could see that there were many figures within the iron fences. Obviously, these potholes should be the place where the prisoners on the first floor were imprisoned. The strength of these prisoners was not strong, generally around the Earth King realm and Heavenly King realm. According to the dungeon layout map given by Moyan Wushang, Zhuan knew that the Imperial City dungeon was divided into 18 floors. The deeper you went, the stronger the prisoners were. Therefore, Zhuan would not act rashly now. After he sneaked into the depths of the dungeon and confirmed the location of Luhan Tian, he would try to release the powerful prisoners and create as much chaos as possible in the dungeon. In this stone hall, in addition to the entrance corridor that Zhuan had entered, there was a deep corridor ahead. That corridor was the only way to the second floor. I really don't know what's going on. His Majesty Emperor Qing suddenly ordered all of us to be transferred to the Imperial City dungeon. Usually, there are only 5 teams patrolling the Imperial City dungeon, but in the past few days, there have been 20 teams patrolling the Imperial City dungeon. It's almost impenetrable. A man in blue with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks grabbed a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp, complaining slightly. As soon as the blue-clothed man finished speaking, the burly man sitting opposite him suddenly said mysteriously, "You don't know. 20 teams are just appetizers. As far as I know, His Majesty Emperor Qing has even invited the 5 celestial masters of the imperial family. They are currently guarding the depths of the dungeon." What? Even the 5 celestial masters have come to guard the dungeon. Could it be that some strong enemy has invaded? As soon as these words were said, the other leaders were shocked. They did not expect that even the 5 celestial masters of the imperial family would come together to guard the dungeon. This was too exaggerated. It is said that the reason why His Majesty Emperor Qing has put on such a big show is mainly because of a young man named Zhuan. You should have heard of this child, right? The burly man continued. I have indeed heard of him. He seems to be an extremely talented junior. Back then, the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was almost defeated by this child. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Obviously, they were not unfamiliar with Zhuan. They had all gone to watch the ranking battle back then, so they naturally knew who Zhuan was. After Zhuan disappeared for a period of time, he suddenly appeared in Muqin County in a domineering manner. Moreover, the strength that he erupted with was even more shocking. The elite experts that the Glan, Feng, Chao, and Blue Dragon Hall brought were all annihilated by this child. Among them were the Azure Dragon Guard Qing, the Glan, Chao, and Feng family heads. Hearing this, the other leaders were really shocked. The Azure Dragon Guard Qing, the Glan family head, Glan Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian were all experts in the initial stage of the Golden Venerate stage. They were famous experts in the Imperial City, but they had been annihilated by Zhuan alone. What a joke. There is no doubt about it. It is said that this child is a descendant of the Ryuka and has an extremely powerful dragon soul in his body. Although his cultivation level is not very high, his strength is one of the best. The burly man curled his lips and said. Hearing this, the others revealed a look of relief. No wonder Zhuan was so terrifying. It turned out that he was a descendant of the Ryuka with a powerful dragon soul. It was no wonder that he could kill a Golden Venerate stage expert. 10,000 years ago, The Ryuka had ruled the eastern lands for tens of thousands of years. Even though the Ryuka had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, the younger generation of ancient martial artists still had a deep impression of the Ryuka experts. Everyone knew that Ryuka ancient martial artists could awaken a dragon soul, and a dragon soul was a powerful armor soul that was superior to other armor souls. 10,000 years ago, those Ryuka ancient martial artists who had awakened a powerful dragon soul could challenge other Golden Venerates stage experts after their cultivation level reached the 4 Venerate stage. What was even more abnormal was that there were some peerless Ryuka ancient martial artists who were able to kill Heavenly Venerate stage experts when they were still in the Xuanzun realm. When their cultivation level reached the Heavenly Venerate stage, they could even contend with an Emperor realm expert. It could be said that the Ryuka ancient martial artists were the epitome of terror 10,000 years ago. Thinking back to the glory of the Ryuka ancient martial artists, many ancient martial artists still sighed. Zhuowen, who was sitting at a table and thinking silently, narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Qing Emperor had placed so much importance on Zhuowen's rescue mission that he had sent all 5 heavenly venerates of the imperial family to guard the dungeon. Slowly standing up, Zhuowen walked silently to the tunnel in front of him. He intended to enter the 2nd level, and he had to find out the location and news of Luhan Tian as soon as possible. Stop! Leader Hui Feng, what are you trying to do? We are not qualified to enter the 2nd level. Chapter 851. Ice and Snow, Prison. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen saw the 5 leaders in the stone hall staring at him with unfriendly gazes. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Sorry, I took the wrong path. I thought this tunnel was the way out." As he spoke, Zhuowen returned to the stone hall. When the 5 leaders, who were led by the burly man, heard this, their gazes became much gentler. When Zhuowen passed by the 5 leaders, a blood spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Then 5 blood-red rays cut through the air. Then the 5 leaders all froze on the spot, not moving at all. The 5 of them held their necks and narrowed their eyes. They turned their heads with difficulty and stared at Zhuowen, who was holding the blood spear in his hand. They muttered, "Leader Hui Feng, you, why?" Zhuowen frowned and said indifferently, "Because the real Hui Feng is already dead." "Then you are?" The burly man's breath was weak, and he asked with difficulty, "Weren't you all talking about me just now?" Zhuowen slowly walked to the burly man's side and gently patted his shoulder. The burly man's eyes narrowed. He pointed at Zhuowen with his right hand and said intermittently, "You are Zhuowen? Congratulations. You got it right, but there is no reward." Zhuowen nodded. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the fire of the sun instantly enveloped the 5 leaders. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them were burned to ashes. After silently killing the 5 leaders, the prisoners who were locked up in the pits around the stone hall all had hopeful looks in their eyes. They knew that this person was definitely not a dungeon guard, and was most likely an expert who had come to break into the dungeon. "Brother, I'm sorry. You killed the 5 leaders. If you're here to break into the dungeon, release us while you are at it." In the nearest pit, a sloppy man with shifty eyes stared at Zhuowen and said. As soon as this person's words came out, the other prisoners in the pit all looked at Zhuowen with hopeful eyes. They had been locked up in the dungeon for too long, and now they couldn't wait to escape. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Your strength is too weak. If you come out now, you will only be cannon fodder. Moreover, it will be easy to alert the enemy. After I come out from the depths of the dungeon, I will let you out." As he spoke, Zhuowen no longer paid any attention to the prisoners in the surrounding pits. Instead, he planned to head towards the tunnel in front of him. However, just as he was about to step into the tunnel, a sharp voice rang out. "You have to let us out. Otherwise, I'll shout loudly to attract the attention of the other guards. Let's see how you're going to enter the depths of the dungeon." Turning his head to look, Zhuowen immediately discovered that the person who spoke was none other than the shifty-eyed man from before. Seeing that Zhuowen had really stopped in his tracks, the shifty-eyed man's eyes revealed a trace of pride as he continued. "If you want to continue deeper into the dungeon and don't want to alert the enemy, you'd better listen to me and let us out first. Looks like you're courting death. You actually dare to threaten me?" Zhuan's eyes flashed with killing intent as a blood-red light flashed out. The shifty-eyed man didn't even let out a groan before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. "Do all you have the same thoughts as this person? Do you want me to let you out now?" Once the shifty-eyed man died, Zhuan stood proudly. He looked around at the other prisoners in the pit and asked word by word. At this moment, these prisoners were already so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, they hid in the depths of the pit and stared at Zhuan with extreme fear. Too ruthless. This man in front of them was too ruthless. They didn't want to die. Looking at the prisoners who had become quiet one by one, Zhuan no longer paid any attention to them. With a step, he entered the tunnel and quickly disappeared. Not long after entering the tunnel, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This dungeon actually contains an extremely pure dragon qi. Zhuan's footsteps paused as he stood in the middle of the tunnel. His eyes revealed a look of surprise as he said, "Dragon qi? How could there be dragon qi in the Imperial City's dungeon?" "I don't know either. I can only vaguely feel that dragon qi. It should be in the deepest part of the dungeon. This dragon qi is much weaker than a true dragon. I think it should be a dragon soul martial artist," Xiaohei said with some uncertainty. "Dragon soul martial artist?" Zhuan's eyes revealed a trace of pondering. He had some guesses in his heart. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the bottom of the dungeon first. Once we reach the bottom of the dungeon, we will naturally know what is hidden at the bottom of the dungeon." After saying that, Zhuan continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Moreover, he became more vigilant and careful. He knew that as he went deeper into the dungeon, the guards he would encounter would definitely become stronger and more terrifying. Fortunately, Zhuan had the 100 transformation technique. Not only could he change his appearance and aura, but he also had the ability to conceal his aura. Therefore, he still had a certain level of confidence in breaking into the depths of the dungeon. The entrance to the second floor is at the corner in front. There are 2 guards at the entrance. Moreover, there are 5 or 6 powerful martial artists on the second floor, Xiaohei said calmly. Zhuan's eyes flickered. He nodded and slowly walked out of the corner. Sure enough, he saw a metal fence in front of him. There were 2 armored martial artists at the entrance. The auras of these 2 martial artists weren't weak. They should be at the ultimate emperor realm. At this moment, the 2 of them also noticed Zhuan. They immediately pointed the spears in their hands at Zhuan and said, "Which team are you the leader of? You don't have the right to enter this second floor." Zhuan hurriedly revealed a trace of a flattering smile. He took out 2 high-grade spirit stones from his spirit ring and said, "Brothers, this is a small token of my appreciation. I am Hui Feng. I have a friend who has committed a grave mistake and is being detained in this dungeon. Because I miss him so much, I wanted to come down and visit him." When they saw the high-grade spirit stones that Zhuan stuffed into their hands, the corners of the 2 martial artists' lips curled up. The vigilance on their faces gradually receded as they said, "So, it's leader Hui Feng. I really didn't expect that your friend would be detained in this dungeon. You should know that once someone is detained in this dungeon, it's basically impossible for them to leave. However, since you're leader Hui Feng's friend, we are not unreasonable people. If you're willing to give us a token of appreciation, we will let leader Hui Feng in." The 2 martial artists very unceremoniously put away the high-grade spirit stones. They stared at Zhuan and spread out their right hands. Their meaning was extremely clear. 1 high-grade spirit stone was not enough. Zhuan deliberately revealed a shocked and pained expression. He reluctantly took out 2 more high-grade spirit stones from his spirit ring and handed them to the martial artists. He said, "Brothers, you should know that the reward for being a patrol commander is not high. These are the last 2 high-grade spirit stones." When they saw Zhuan's pained expression, the 2 martial artists nodded and accepted the spirit stones. They opened the metal fence, and one of them said, "I will lead you to your cell. However, I must warn you, don't have any bad intentions. This is the Imperial City's dungeon. If you have any bad intentions, you will definitely not be able to leave." Yes. Of course, I'm not tired of living." Zhuan hurriedly smiled and said. One of the martial artists nodded and greeted the other martial artist. Then, he led Zhuowen to the second floor of the dungeon. The structure of the second floor was very different from the first floor. Because it was on the first floor, the structure of the second floor was much simpler than the first floor. Leader Huifeng, may I know which cage your friend is in on the second floor? Walking in front, the martial artist's attitude was much better than before. After all, he had taken other people's spirit stones and gained a lot of benefits. This martial artist naturally would not give others a hard time. My friend should be in the 17th floor of the dungeon. Zhuowen suddenly said, What? On the 17th floor? The guard, who originally had a smile on his face, froze on the spot after hearing these words. Immediately, he slowly turned his head and immediately saw Zhuo Wenzheng with a strange smile. Whoosh! A bloody light flashed past. The martial artist clutched his neck tightly and stared at Zhuowen. He was completely breathless. Even until his death, he did not know why Leader Huifeng wanted to kill him. After burning the martial artist's corpse to ashes, Zhuowen once again changed into the martial artist's appearance and walked out of the second floor of the dungeon. He headed towards the third floor of the dungeon. Zhuowen's speed was neither fast nor slow. Along the way, he used the 100 transformation technique. Zhuowen's appearance changed more than 10 times, and he gradually went deeper into the dungeon without making a sound. He was very clear that the people on the upper floors of the dungeon would soon notice that something was wrong. At that time, if they were delayed because of this, it would be even more difficult for him, Zhuowen, to move. Just as Zhuowen continued to go deeper into the dungeon, the 17th floor of the dungeon was dead silent. The space of the 17th floor of the dungeon was not big. It was only about 500 square meters. However, this space was filled with bone-chilling cold. Wisps of cold air spread out in the space like clouds and mist. The surface of the space was covered with extremely thick ice. This was simply a world of ice and snow. Moreover, this cold air was even more terrifying than ordinary Earth-level cold air. At the same time, there were a total of 4 cages condensed from ice in this ice and snow space. These 4 cages were suspended in midair. In these 4 suspended cages, there were 4 figures sitting cross-legged. If Zhuowen was in this ice and snow space, he would definitely be able to recognize a sloppy figure in one of the cages. This sloppy figure was none other than Lu Hantian, who had his cultivation sealed by Emperor Qing and was imprisoned in the dungeon. At this moment, Lu Hantian slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Turning his head, Lu Hantian stared at the bottom of the ice and snow space. In the center of the ice and snow space, there was an extremely deep abyss. Senior, thank you for your teachings for so many days. If I, Lu Hantian, am able to break through to the next realm, I will definitely rescue you. Together, we will turn this imperial city upside down. As if he was muttering to himself, Lu Hantian uttered these inexplicable words and closed his eyes again. Chapter 852. Black Baron. Along the way, Zhuowen was extremely cautious. Coupled with the effects of the 100 transformations technique, Zhuowen was able to pass through layer after layer of dungeons without any mishaps. When Zhuowen used the transformation technique to transform into a guard on the 10th level of the Imperial City dungeon, the other guards finally realized that something was amiss. Hurried footsteps sounded continuously in the dungeon. The first 10 levels of the dungeon were in chaos as the guards realized that some of the guards that they were familiar with had disappeared for no reason. Thump, 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 thump. The crisp sound of armor colliding with the ground was immediately heard from the passageway in front of the 10th level. Zhuowen, who was among the guards on the 10th level, looked calmly in the direction of the passageway. Very quickly, a group of cultivators dressed in black armor arrived at the hall of the 10th floor. The person in the lead was dressed in black armor with strange beasts carved on it. His aura was extremely terrifying, and he was at least a supreme being. There were more than a dozen guards on the 10th level. At this moment, when the guards saw the group of martial artists coming in, their eyes were filled with fear and respect. Even the Black Beast army has been mobilized. What happened in the dungeon? The surrounding guards' eyes flickered and caused an uproar. They were obviously familiar with the group that had suddenly appeared and were even a little fearful of them. Among the guards, Zhuowen also knew the origin and identity of the Black Beast Army from the surrounding conversations. The Black Beast Army was a powerful army that specialized in guarding the Imperial City dungeon. There were 4 teams with a total of 100 people. These 100 people were all at the Sovereign Realm and above. The 4 captains of the 4 teams were even powerful golden venerables. The reason why the Imperial City dungeon had always been impregnable was mainly because there was such a terrifying army hidden within. The guards outside the dungeon were only external personnel. The Black Beast Army was the core strength of the dungeon. I'm the captain of the 2nd team of the Black Beast Army, Black Baron. Did any of your guards on the 10th level disappear for no reason? Black Baron was tall and strong. He looked around at the dozen guards with cold eyes and asked, "So, is Lord Black Baron? No guards on the 10th level have disappeared. I wonder what happened in the dungeon. Even Sir Dark Noble is here?" One of the guards asked cautiously. In the Imperial City's dungeon, apart from the 5 celestial venerables, the captain of the Black Beast Army had the highest status. How could these guards dare to offend him in the slightest? "Oh, are there no missing guards on the 10th floor? Looks like the intruder hasn't reached the 10th level yet." Dark Baron lowered his head and pondered for a moment before continuing. "There are more than 10 guards missing from the first 9 floors of the dungeon. I'm afraid someone has broken into our dungeon. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Just continue with your own business." When the surrounding guards heard this, their eyes revealed a trace of shock. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to trespass into the Imperial City's dungeon. Wasn't this courting death? Zhu carefully observed the surrounding guards. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he divided the 25 Black Beast Army soldiers into 2 teams. One team was to block the exit of the 9th floor, while the other team was to block the entrance of the 11th floor. "I'd like to see what ability you have to enter the 10th level," Zhu muttered in a low voice. He silently leaned against a stone pillar next to him. His eyes were filled with a deep coldness. He dared to conclude that the intruder was most likely an expert who was extremely adept at concealing his aura. Since no guards had gone missing on the 10th floor, it was very likely that the intruder was on the 9th and 10th floors. After returning to his post, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and sized up the Black Beast Army soldiers who had blocked the entrance and exit of the 10th floor. His mind was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The Black Beast Army was not simple, especially Dark Baron. His strength was probably more terrifying than Grand How High. With Zhuowen's current strength, it was very unlikely that he would be able to kill Dark Baron in an instant. However, if he did not eliminate the Black Beast Army, Zhuowen would not be able to continue deeper, let alone enter the 17th floor to save Lu Hantian. "Boy, with your current status as a guard, you can silently approach Dark Baron. While he is not paying attention, if you erupt with your full strength, there's a great chance that you will be able to kill Dark Baron instantly." Xiaohei's voice slowly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded and lifted his feet to walk towards Dark Baron. Dark Baron, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. His cold eyes stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "What's the matter?" Zhuowen stopped in a timely manner, and a panicked expression appeared on his face as he said in a low voice, "Sir Dark Noble, there are some things that I didn't tell you before, and they may be very important to you." "Oh, what is it?" Black Noble's interest was piqued, and he asked, This matter is very important. If you say it publicly, I'm afraid." Zhuowen was very timid, as if this matter was too important, so he had to be cautious. And it was precisely because of Zhuowen's behavior that Dark Baron became more and more interested. He nodded and said, "Then come closer and tell me." Zhuowen sighed softly and walked timidly to Dark Baron's side. At the same time, he carefully looked around as if he was afraid that someone would eavesdrop. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Dark Baron was a little amused. He waved his right hand, and a surge of yuan qi poured out, turning into a small barrier between the two. He continued, "Just say it. In this small barrier, no matter how loud you are, no one can eavesdrop." Zhuowen nodded gratefully and immediately approached Dark Baron and said softly, "Lord Dark Baron, In fact, what I want to say to you is whoosh. A bloody light suddenly swept out from Zhuowen's palm, and then an extremely terrifying aura burst out. At this moment, Zhuowen used 4 heads and 8 arms, waving 8 spears and using the Azura blood spear at the same time. At the same time, he also summoned the divine sun cauldron. The terrifying fire of the sun burst out and turned into a fire dragon that enveloped Dark Baron. Azura blood sea, fire of the sun. A terrifying sea of blood swept out from the void, enveloping the entire 10th floor of the dungeon. Apparently, Black Baron didn't know that Zhuowen was going to do something like this. So, he wasn't prepared for it at all. He shouted loudly, and a terrifying yuanli gushed out. Waves of black energy swirled in the air and turned into a black barrier in front of him. It was to block Zhuowen's attack. Unfortunately, after Zhuowen's cultivation reached the supreme realm, his strength was many times stronger than before. In addition, this attack was planned by Zhuowen, so Dark Baron was completely unprepared. Even this defense was only used temporarily. Kacha! The black barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper and directly shattered. Then, the fire of the sun and the Azura blood sea swept out and intertwined, enveloping Dark Baron in an instant. Dark Baron, a golden supreme realm powerhouse, didn't even make a sound. Under the combined attack of the fire of the sun and the Azura blood sea, he died without a trace. From Zhuowen's sudden attack to Dark Baron's death, only a blink of an eye had passed. In the 10th floor, whether it was the other guards or the Black Beast army that blocked the entrance, they all stood in place in a daze. They all saw Hei Ju being killed in front of them so cleanly and neatly. Perhaps they still couldn't believe that Dark Baron, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Black Beast Army, a mid-stage golden venerable powerhouse, was instantly killed by the guard who appeared. Among them, the most surprised were the guards who were in their positions. Wasn't the one who killed Dark Baron their companion, who guarded the 10th floor together with them? When did their companion become so powerful? He actually killed Dark Baron, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Black Beast Army, in an instant. Why did he kill Dark Baron? Just as the surrounding people fell into a strange silence, Zhuowen had already taken out the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. He then formed a seal, and suddenly, the Supreme Dragon Cauldron emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying dragon's roar was heard. A huge dragon's power drilled out one by one. A total of 81 draconic powers were revealed. Kill them all. Zhuowen waved his right hand. Suddenly, 81 draconic powers roared towards the sky and rushed towards the guards and the Black Beast Army, who were still in a daze. Ah, ah, ah. Screams were heard continuously. Whether it was the guards or the Black Beast Army, they were all defeated by the draconic powers. They were all killed in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The commotion caused by the draconic powers was too great. Suddenly, Zhuowen could hear orderly footsteps coming from above the dungeon. They were rushing towards the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He was extremely calm at this moment. With a wave of his right hand, the fire of the sun gushed out and burned all the corpses on the 10th floor to ashes. Then, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived at the prison on the 10th floor. Ding, ding, ding. Without hesitation, Zhuowen opened all the cages in the prison and released the prisoners on the 10th floor. There were many prisoners on the 10th floor who were quite powerful. Most of them were at the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor realm and above. The stronger ones were even at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Moreover, there were many of them. There were probably hundreds of them. With so many powerful prisoners, it was enough to create a big commotion in the Imperial City dungeon. Thank you, brother. Thank you. After these prisoners were released, they all cupped their hands gratefully towards Zhuowen. Then, they took a step forward and flew towards the top of the dungeon. They wanted to leave the Imperial City dungeon completely. Chapter 853. Arriving at the 17th level. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard. The prisoners who were trying to escape the dungeon did not manage to get far before they were thrown into the hall of the 10th level. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of footsteps finally reached the 10th level of the dungeon. Then, 3 Black Beast army troops led by 3 men in black armor walked into the hall. The 3 Black Beast armies were the 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads respectively. The 3 men in black armor were the captains of the 3 squads. Their names were He Yao, He Yu, and He Shi, and they were all golden venerables. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was undoubtedly the captain of the first team, He Yao. His cultivation was the highest among the 4 captains, and he should be at the later stage of the golden honored realm. At that moment, He Yao stared coldly at the prisoners in front of him and said coldly, "Who let you out? Where are the guards of the 10th level and the 2nd team of the Black Beast army troops? D***MN dungeon. D***MN Emperor Qing. Now that we have finally been released, you dare stop us? Die." Although the strength of the Black Beast army in front of them was terrifying, the eyes of the prisoners who were beaten back were filled with madness. They had been trapped in the dungeon for so long that they had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. This kind of life was worse than death. Even though they knew that the Black Beast army was powerful, they were still fearless of death and longed for freedom. After being trapped in the dungeon for so long, life was no longer important to these prisoners who longed for freedom. Even if they had to die, they wanted to escape from the dungeon. Kill! Kill! The prisoners who had fallen to the ground had crazy looks in their eyes. They shouted and charged towards the Black Beast army troops. "You are courting death. Kill all these prisoners." He Yao's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and said indifferently. The Black Beast army behind him wore black armor. Their eyes were cold as they carried out He Yao's order without hesitation. They held their black spears and charged forward. Puffed, puffed. Instantly, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Shouts of killing and the sound of blood splashing continuously rang out. Terrifying Yuan power even spread out in this prison that was not considered spacious, causing the space to become much more stagnant and heavy. Fresh blood, miserable cries, and the clanging sounds of weapons clashing continuously spread out in this narrow space, adding a trace of mournful feeling to the prison. It seems like these prisoners are quite powerful. Black Dazzling narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. "Hey you, He Shi, attack with me. Let's kill these traitors." Saying that, Dark Light turned into an afterimage and joined the battle. He Yu and He Shi nodded. They followed Dark Light's lead and joined the battle as well. With the addition of Dark Light and the other 2, the battle immediately tilted towards the Black Beast army. The 3 of them were too powerful. The strongest prisoners were only from the Xuanzun realm. They were no match for the 3 of them. In 10 breaths' time, the prisoners on the 10th level of the prison were basically wiped out by the Black Beast army. However, Dark Light did not show any joy because they still did not know who the enemy was. They had not even seen the enemy's face. Boss Dark Light. The person who broke in this time might be Zhuowen, whom Emperor Qing wants to catch. This boy is not simple. Why don't we report this to the 5 holy masters? He Shi frowned and suddenly said. Darklight shook his head and said, "No need. Zhuowen is just a mere holy master. There is no need to ask the holy masters for help. Moreover, Emperor Qing's worries are groundless. Although Zhuowen is not simple, it is not enough for the holy masters to take action. Our Black Beast army is enough. However, this boy's concealment ability is very strong. He was actually able to enter the 10th level of the prison without being discovered. In fact, Darklight did not put Zhuowen in his eyes at all. However, Zhuowen's strange concealment ability gave him a headache. Even now, he still could not find Zhuowen's shadow. However, the 10th level of the prison is already in chaos. Moreover, everyone is in a panic. If we don't inform the holy masters, will he blame us? Heiyu asked worriedly. Darklight shook his head and said, "That Zhuowen is just a junior. Are you afraid? Moreover, if we can directly capture that Zhuowen, it'll be a great merit. If we are captured by the holy masters, I'm afraid we won't even be able to drink the soup." Hearing Darklight's words, how could Heiyu and He Shi not know what Darklight was thinking at this moment? He probably wanted to take all the credit for himself. However, such a temptation was indeed unbearable for them. From Emperor Qing's actions, it could be seen that they valued Zhuowen far more than they had expected. If their Black Beast army could capture Zhuowen, Emperor Qing would not be stingy with their rewards. Who is it? Just as Yu and He Shi were about to make a move because of Dark Light's idea, Dark Light suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the depths of the prison. The two of them were shocked and quickly turned their heads to look. From within the gloomy prison, a staggering figure slowly walked out. In the end, he arrived before the three of them. Black Jew? Looking at the figure that appeared in front of the three of them, their expressions changed from vigilance to surprise. The figure that appeared in front of them was the leader of the second squad, Dark Jew. At this moment, Dark Jew's entire body was covered in wounds. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His footsteps were weak, as if he could be blown away by the wind. Black Jew, why are you in such a sorry state? What happened in the 10th floor of the dungeon? Yu and He Shi quickly stepped forward to support Dark Jew, while Dark Light came to Dark Jew and asked with a frown. Dark Jew shook his head and sighed. The person who broke into the dungeon has appeared. He is very strong and terrifying. The Dark Jew in front of them was obviously Zhuowen in disguise. At this moment, Zhuowen was very good at pretending and told them everything that had happened. Of course, the truth was naturally made up by him. What? The second squad was annihilated? Even you were almost killed. Dark Light, Yu, and He Shi were shocked when they heard Dark Jew's story. They did not expect the second squad of the Black Beast army to be annihilated. Only Dark Jew was left. This person should be Zhuowen. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Even Dark Jew was seriously injured by him. Dark Light frowned slightly. After listening to Dark Jew's story, he no longer underestimated Zhuowen. He knew that the latter was quite a difficult opponent to deal with. Brother Dark Light, what should we do now? Yu and He Shi looked at Dark Light and asked. After thinking for a moment, Dark Light said, since Zhuowen is strong enough to injure Dark Jew and has a powerful hiding ability, it will be difficult for us to capture him alive. Dark Light paused for a moment and continued. How about this? Dark Jew is seriously injured now. He needs to recuperate. He Shi, bring Dark Jew to the 17th floor of the dungeon and inform Sky Lord about this matter. Also, let Dark Jew go to the 17th floor to recuperate. Dark Jew's eyebrows trembled slightly when he heard Dark Light's arrangement, but he quickly calmed down. Dark Light and the other two did not notice the abnormality that Dark Jew showed just now. Okay, then I will bring Dark Jew to the 17th floor of the dungeon to look for Sky Lord. He Shi nodded and came to Dark Jew's side to help him up. You two go first. Yu and I will continue to patrol these floors. Maybe we can find Zhuowen's trace. Dark Light nodded to Dark Jew and He Shi. He then led Yu and the Black Beast army to search the dungeon above. They knew very well that Zhuowen's target was Luhan Tian on the 17th floor. If the Luhan Tian was not rescued, Zhuowen would not leave the dungeon so easily. Therefore, they were not worried that Zhuowen would escape from the dungeon. After Dark Light and Yu left, He Shi supported Dark Jew and said, let's go as well. We need to reach the 17th floor as soon as possible so that Sky Lord can make his move. At that time, Zhuowen will not be able to escape. Yes, once Sky Lord makes his move, Zhuowen will have nowhere to run. Dark Jew replied in a low voice. He then followed He Shi in silence. However, he was very happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to disguise himself as Dark Jew. Because of Dark Light's words, he did not need to waste any energy and vigilance to reach the 17th floor of the dungeon. Looking at the silent Dark Jew, He Shi's eyes flashed and revealed a trace of doubt. He always felt that Dark Jew was a little strange today. Usually, Dark Jew was very talkative. He was the most active one among the four of them. But today, Dark Jew was very quiet, which naturally aroused He Shi's suspicion. However, thinking that Dark Jew was seriously injured, He Shi's heart was relieved. Perhaps Dark Jew was so depressed because of his injuries. Along the way, the two did not talk much. He Shi silently led the way while Zhuowen followed behind him. Zhuowen's attention was always on the surrounding environment. As they went deeper into the dungeon, Zhuan's face became gloomy. He found that after the 10th floor, the Imperial City's dungeon was heavily guarded. Even he felt a little cold. Even with the help of the 100 transformation technique, Zhuan had doubts about himself. He wondered if he could successfully sneak into the 17th floor of the dungeon in such a heavily guarded environment. After passing through many corridors and doors, the two finally reached the exit of the 16th floor and arrived at the 17th floor. Chapter 854. Search in this vast world of ice. There were 4 air cages made of solid ice that deeply attracted Zhuan's attention. A figure sat in each of the 4 cages. These figures were wrapped in black chains at the same time. Clearly, they were the prisoners of the 17th floor. Moreover, these 4 people faintly exuded an extremely powerful aura. Although they were imprisoned in the ice and snow cage, the pressure generated by their breathing could always sweep up a terrifying whirlpool. The 4 of them were all Empyrean Exalts, and they were extremely powerful existences among Empyrean Exalts. Originally, the 4 of them should have been existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in the outside world, but now they've been thrown into the dungeon and were living the life of a prisoner. As Zhuan swept his gaze across the cages, his gaze quickly fixed on a cage in the sky to the west. Within it, a ragged figure was silently sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. After seeing this figure, Zhuan's body trembled unnoticeably. Soon after, he forced himself to calm down. Needless to say, this ragged figure was Zhuan's target this time, Lu Hantian. In this world of ice and snow, apart from the 4 cages floating in the air, the most eye-catching thing was a pit that was several dozen meters wide at the very center of the space. The pit was pitch black and bottomless, as if it led to the deepest abyss of the earth. It was deep and mysterious. Swish! A figure suddenly emerged from the surrounding ice and snow, appearing before He Shi and Zhuan. A pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at the two of them. He said, "Why have you come to the 17th floor? Didn't we say that if there's nothing important, don't trespass here?" The man who had just appeared had long black and white hair. His eyebrows were as white as snow. He was the Empyrean White Brow who had chased after Zhuan in the imperial capital. He Shi hurriedly bowed respectfully and said carefully, "Lord White Brow, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to trespass here. However, we do have something important to report this time." Seeing Blackstone say it in all seriousness, Empyrean Whitebrow nodded his head and said with a snort, "Tell me about it. If it's not important enough, you know the consequences." I know. Right now, the first 10 floors of the dungeon are already in chaos. This lowly one suspects that someone has already infiltrated our dungeon, and this chaos is caused by this infiltrator. At this point, Blackstone's gaze turned serious. "Oh, did someone sneak in? Is it Zhuan?" Whitebrow Heavenly Exalt's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. Blackstone said bitterly, "My cultivation base is low, and Zhuan's concealment ability is terrifying. That's why we still haven't found that person's real location. It's just a guess." The first 10 levels of the underground prison are in a mess, yet you haven't even seen a shadow of a person. Your Black Beast army is truly a bunch of trash. The White Brow Heavenly Venerate said somewhat coldly. Blackstone's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to refute the White Brow Heavenly Venerate. He could only brace himself and say, "Forgive me for being incompetent, but Zhuan's concealment technique is extremely brilliant. With our strength, it's simply a fool's dream to catch him. That's why we've come to ask for your help." The White Brow Heavenly Venerate snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, a rather strange and ear-piercing sound resounded in this space. Bang, 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 bang. 4 figures appeared from different directions and landed where the White Brow Heavenly Venerate was. The aura of these 4 people was extremely powerful, and the White Brow Heavenly Venerate was slightly weaker compared to these 4 people. Needless to say, these 4 people were the other 4 Heavenly Venerates of the Imperial family. Among them, A middle-aged man in a purple robe was the strongest of the 5 heavenly venerates, Zhang Tianzuan. Zhang Tianzuan's eyes were purple, and he looked exceptionally strange. At this moment, Zhang Tianzuan directly ignored Blackstone and Zhuowen. Instead, he looked at the White Brow Heavenly Venerate and asked White Brow, "What happened?" In front of Zhang Tianzuan, the arrogance on the White Brow Heavenly Venerate's face was greatly restrained. At this moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Zhang Tianzuan, the first 10 floors of the dungeon have become chaotic, as if someone has broken into the dungeon and caused chaos." What happened? Zhang Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and asked without batting an eyelid. The White Brow Heavenly Venerate did not hide anything and repeated what Blackstone had just said. Zhang Tianzuan and the other 3 frowned when they heard this. "Someone has already broken into the 10th floor of the dungeon, yet you haven't even seen the enemy's true face. Your Black Beast army is getting more and more outrageous." Zhang Tianzuan's voice also became cold. His demonic gaze indifferently glanced at Blackstone and Zhuowen, his face full of displeasure. Blackstone and Zhuowen hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. The 5 people in front of them had a special status in the imperial family, and the leader of their Black Beast army was indeed inferior to them, so they did not dare to refute. "Forget it. Whitebrow, go to the first 10 floors of the dungeon and inspect them. With your strength and perception, you should be able to detect Zhuowen's tracks." Zhang Tianzuan turned his head and said to the White Brow Heavenly Venerate, "Zhang Tianzuan, don't worry. I will definitely capture that Zhuowen and bring him to you." The White Brow Heavenly Venerate seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he patted his chest and said, "HM, then you go." Empyrean Purple Sun nodded and said. Hearing this, the White Brow Heavenly Venerate no longer hesitated. With a step, he left the ice and snow space and rushed towards the top of the dungeon. Once the White Brow Heavenly Venerate left, Zhang Tianzuan and the other 3 looked at each other, then quietly floated in the air. They sat cross-legged and began to meditate silently. They completely ignored Blackstone and Zhuowen. Seeing the 4 Empyreans' ignoring attitude, Blackstone did not care. Instead, he said to Zhuowen beside him, "Black Noble, for the time being, you should rest and recuperate on the 17th floor. This place is guarded by the Empyreans, so it is safe enough." Zhuowen nodded, a look of gratitude on his face as he said, "Blackstone, thank you so much for this time." Blackstone waved his hand and gave Zhuowen a few words of advice before leaving the ice and snow space. After all, the Black Beast army under his command was still in the dungeon above. If he left for too long, they would be in a situation where they would be leaderless. Looking at Blackstone's departing figure, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He stared at the 4 Empyreans floating in the air with some fear as he silently sat on the ground. Zhuowen naturally did not sit on the ground to cultivate. Instead, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness and carefully communicated with it. After Zhuowen sat down cross-legged, Zhang Tianzuan, who was floating in the air, glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. His eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Then he closed his eyes again and ignored Zhuowen. "Xiao He, if I want to send a message to Big Brother Han Tian and inform him of my true identity, will it work?" Zhuowen asked. "Then you're courting death. Now that the 4 Empyreans are above you, if you openly send a message to Lu Han Tian, you will undoubtedly be courting death and exposing your identity," Xiao He said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Empyreans were much stronger than him. If he used a message in front of them, the chances of him being exposed were too great. The gains did not make up for the losses. However, what made him feel rather helpless was that the 4 Empyreans had all appeared in this ice and snow space. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, if he made any strange movements, it was very likely that he would be discovered by the 4 Empyreans. At that time, there would be no way for him to escape. Let's wait and see. You are no longer in the first 10 levels of the dungeon. No matter how hard Empyrean Whitebrow looks, It is unlikely that he will be able to find you. When Empyrean White Brow returns, perhaps the remaining Empyreans will not be able to hold back and will also make a move. Xiaohe shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen could only agree with Xiaohe. What he needed to do now was not to act rashly, but to wait patiently for the best opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhuowen no longer let his imagination run wild. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to silently meditate and cultivate. Sure enough, after about half an incense stick of time, Empyrean White Brow returned. His expression was slightly ugly, and even a little unlucky. The arrival of Empyrean White Brow naturally attracted the attention of Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the other three. Zhang Tianzuan hurriedly asked, White Brow, how is the progress? Did you find Zhuowen? Empyrean White Brow's expression became even more unsightly. After ridiculing for a while, Empyrean White Brow helplessly said, Zhuowen's concealment ability is indeed very strong. I searched above for half an incense stick of time and almost searched every corner of the first 10 levels of the dungeon, but did not find anything. You actually didn't find anything? Ziyang Tianzuan asked in disbelief. Indeed, I didn't find anything. Empyrean White Brow shrugged helplessly. Ziyang Tianzuan, then what should we do now? His Majesty Emperor Qing attaches great importance to Zhuowen. Now that this child is broken in, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? The only female Empyrean of the 5, Empyrean Sunset Moon, suddenly asked. Ziyang Tianzuan frowned slightly. It seemed that they had underestimated Zhuowen. They did not expect the latter's concealment methods to be so good that even Empyrean White Brow could not find any trace of him for a while. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tianzuan said coldly, Let's go. Let's go to the first 10 floors of the dungeon to take a look. I don't believe that we can't find a little junior from the Xuanzuan realm with all 5 of us here. Ziyang Tianzuan, if the 5 of us go up together, there will be no one guarding the 17th floor of the dungeon. If Zhuowen takes advantage of the situation and enters this place, it will be terrible. The yellow-haired Empyrean Yellow Necklace suddenly suggested. Then let White Brow stay. The 4 of us will go up together to take a look. I don't believe that with our 4 great Empyrean's abilities, we still can't find that Zhuowen. Empyrean Purple Sun said decisively. When Empyrean White Brow heard this, his eyes were full of helplessness. He knew that after Empyrean Yellow Necklace made this suggestion, Ziyang Tianzuan would let him stay. However, he did not care. After all, he was the weakest among the 5 of them. Moreover, he did not find any trace of Zhuowen, so he did not complain about Zhang Tianzuan's arrangement. Chapter 855. Waiting for 2 days soon, only Empyrean Master White Brow, Zhuowen, and the other 4 Empyrean prisoners were left in this space. Empyrean Master White Brow was rather depressed at this moment. He had gone out with great ambition, thinking that he could find Zhuowen and capture him in one fell swoop. He did not expect to return empty-handed. Although Zhang Tianzuan and the others did not say anything, they knew that the other 4 Empyreans were somewhat dissatisfied with him from the fact that Zhang Tianzuan had left him alone on the 17th level of the dungeon. Landing not far away from Zhuowen, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow waved his sleeve. Instantly, terrifying origin energy formed a shockwave that blasted Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat dozens of meters before barely stabilizing himself. Scram, don't stay in front of me. You're an eyesore. Empyrean Master Whitebrow said coldly to Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not expect that Empyrean Whitebrow would suddenly vent his anger on him. He was thrown into an extremely sorry state by this wave of air. He stopped a dozen meters away and stared at Empyrean Whitebrow with narrowed eyes. What? You're not convinced? Empyrean Master Whitebrow stared coldly at Zhuowen. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, No, I accidentally offended you, Master Whitebrow. It's only right for you to teach me a lesson. With that, Zhuowen quietly found an inconspicuous corner and sat down cross-legged. Empyrean Master Whitebrow glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and ignored him. Instead, he waved his sleeve and left the open space, returning to the stronghold cave where he had been in seclusion. Seeing that Empyrean Master Whitebrow had returned to the stronghold cave, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, revealed a glimmer of light in his eyes. Xiaohei, Empyrean Master Whitebrow has entered the stronghold cave. If I use a voice transmission now, he shouldn't be able to detect it, right? Zhuowen asked Xiaohei cautiously. Sure. However, after 10 breaths of time, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow will have just entered the cave. I'm afraid he won't be able to enter a meditative state so quickly, Xiaohei said calmly. Nodding, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to send a voice transmission. Instead, he waited for 10 breaths of time. When he saw that the Whitebrow Heavenly Master had completely stopped moving after entering the stronghold cave, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He flicked his finger, and an imperceptible white light shot toward the cage Lu Hantian was in. Inside the cage, Lu Hantian silently sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. However, he soon sensed something strange and slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw that there was a faint white light in the cage. This is? Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He looked around and found that the other 3 celestial venerables in the other 3 floating cages had no reaction at all. They sat in their cages like dead people, not moving at all. Other than the 3 celestial venerables who were also prisoners, there was only the unfamiliar man in black armor below. Could this thing be passed on to me by this person? Lu Hantian naturally recognized the armor on this man's body. It was the symbol of the Black Beast Army that guarded the Imperial City's dungeon. However, what he couldn't understand was why this person, who was clearly the captain of the Black Beast Army, would pass on this mass of light. And what was inside this mass of light? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed as he finally accepted this mass of light. Then, a familiar voice drilled into his mind from the mass of light. Big Brother Hantian, I am Zhuowen, the captain of the Black Beast Army. Black Noble, is me in disguise. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Hantian was stunned. After regaining his composure, Lu Hantian's eyes lit up. It was Zhuowen. This voice really did belong to Zhuowen. Moreover, the captain of the Black Beast Army wouldn't be so bored as to pretend to be Zhuowen's voice to deceive him. There was no need for that at all. Thus, he directly believed that this person was Zhuowen. Zhuowen actually didn't die. At this moment, Lu Hantian's heart was exceptionally excited. When Zhuowen had fallen into the dragon vein, Lu Hantian had been captured by Emperor Qing and imprisoned on the 17th floor of the Imperial City's dungeon. Thus, he didn't know anything about what Zhuowen had done in Muqin County after leaving the dragon vein. After calming down, Lu Hantian was still somewhat worried. Are you really Zhuowen? What do you have to prove your identity? Although this voice was indeed Zhuowen's, Lu Hantian still acted extremely cautiously. Could it be that Big Brother Hantian has forgotten what happened to the 2 of us in the land of the Blood Demon? Zhuowen didn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of Lu Hantian's doubts. Instead, he calmly told him everything that had happened in the land of the Blood Demon. After listening to Zhuowen's narration, Lu Hantian nodded. His heart became even more excited. The black-armored man in front of him was indeed going to kill Zhuowen. What had happened in the land of the Blood Demon was indeed only known to him and Zhuowen. After all, the 2 of them had met in the land of the Blood Demon and had become close friends. Moreover, this person's narration was extremely detailed. Apart from Zhuowen, Lu Hantian found it hard to believe that anyone else would know about these relatively secretive matters. After confirming Zhuowen's identity, Lu Hantian frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, Zhuowen, this Imperial City's dungeon is too dangerous. It's really inappropriate for you to barge in alone. If you're discovered by the 5 great Empyreans, you'll really be in trouble. Brother Hantian, don't worry. If I can rescue you, I can use your strength to release the prisoners in the dungeon and completely muddy the waters in the Imperial City's dungeon. The 2 of us can use this kind of human wave tactic to escape. Once we escape from the dungeon, Elder Shuan and Moyan Wushang will come to our rescue. At that time, even if Emperor Qing comes personally, he may not be able to stop us. Zhuowen's voice was filled with confidence. He had already discussed this plan with Moyan Wushang and Elder Xiuan for a long time. At this moment, he seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Lu Hantian shook his head and said, Emperor Qing is not as simple as you think. If Emperor Qing really takes action, the chances of us escaping are very slim. After hearing Lu Hantian's words, Zhuowen frowned. Previously, Elder Xiuan had also said that Emperor Qing was hiding his strength. Now, even Lu Hantian had said the same thing. Could Emperor Qing really be so terrifying? Let's not talk about this first. I'd better let you out first. Brother Hantian, do you know how to open this floating cage? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Lu Hantian said helplessly. The 17th floor and the 18th floor below were sealed in ice by Emperor Qing himself. Especially the cage that trapped me, it is extremely sturdy. Experts at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm will not be able to break it. If you want to break it, only experts at the Emperor Realm can do it. What? Only experts at the Emperor Realm can break it? Is this floating cage so terrifying? Hearing this, Zhuowen was shocked. Originally, Zhuowen thought that if he could transform into the Dragon Man state, he might be able to break the floating cage with a full blow. However, now it seemed that it was simply a pipe dream. Even experts at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm could not break the floating cage. Even if he transformed into the Dragon Man state, it would be difficult for him to break it. Then what should we do? Isn't it impossible to rescue you? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Don't worry, I have my ways. You also know that I have been stuck at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm for many years. Lu Hantian did not say much, but his eyes revealed a hint of pride. However, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Although Lu Hantian did not finish his words, how could he not know that Lu Hantian had probably comprehended something and was very likely about to break through to the Emperor Realm? How long will it take? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. 2 days is enough. At that time, I will be able to break through these shackles and completely escape from this floating cage. Lu Hantian revealed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. 2 days? All right, then I'll wait for 2 more days. Zhuowen nodded and replied. Zhuowen, be careful for the next 2 days. Don't let them discover you. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you at all. I'll continue to cultivate first. After Lu Hantian finished speaking, his voice became intermittent and finally disappeared. Sensing the silence on the other end, Zhuowen gently stroked his right hand. The white ball of light in front of Lu Hantian slowly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Then I'll wait for 2 more days. Zhuowen silently muttered this sentence, then closed his eyes and silently sat cross-legged. 2 days later, once Lu Hantian broke through, there was a very high chance that he would completely escape from the dungeon. At this moment, because the 4 heavenly masters had appeared on the first 10 floors of the dungeon, the chaos had gradually calmed down. However, Xiang, Tianzuan, and the other 3 were not happy at all. This was because they had searched the first 10 floors of the dungeon several times, but they didn't find any suspicious places or people, let alone traces of Zhuowen. Xiang, Tianzuan, could it be that Zhuowen has already left the dungeon and escaped because he realized that something was wrong? Heavenly Master, Shiyu said with a frown. Zhang Tianzuan's eyes flickered as he said, His Majesty the Qing Emperor said that Zhuowen and Lu Hantian have a very deep friendship. Even if this is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Zhuowen will still barge in. He probably won't give up halfway like this. Now that the 4 of us have moved out, we haven't found any traces of Zhuowen at all. Is Zhuowen's concealment ability really that terrifying? Heavenly Master, Shiyu said in disbelief. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao suddenly said, Didn't they say that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body? The Blue Dragon Hall has many methods to detect dragon souls. If Prince Aoki comes to the dungeon with a dragon soul detector and searches floor by floor, then even if Zhuowen hides very well, I'm afraid that his true form will be revealed. Xiang Tianzuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, Heavenly Master Huang Jiao is right. It seems that we have all misunderstood and actually forgot that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. I'll go to the Blue Dragon Hall and ask Prince Aoki to come here." With that, Zhang Tianzuan did not wait for the others to speak. He turned into a purple shadow and disappeared from the dungeon. The purple shadow streaked across the sky, and Zhang Tianzuan soon arrived at the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhang Tianzuan did not encounter too many obstacles when he entered the hall. Aoki was still sitting on the throne in the hall. When he saw Zhang Tianzuan arrive, he hurriedly stood up and greeted him. "Zhang Tianzuan, why have you come?" Chapter 856. Black and White Detection Dragon. What? That Zhuan broke into the Imperial City's dungeon so quickly? Could it be that you 5 heavenly sovereigns couldn't catch that Zhuan? Aoki was shocked at first, but soon after, he asked in confusion. He was very clear about the layout of the Imperial City's dungeon. Even if he broke in, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. That Zhuan was only a cultivator from the Xuanzuan realm. How could the 5 heavenly sovereigns not be able to do anything to him? Zhang Tianzuan shook his head and gave a simple account of what happened in the Imperial City's dungeon. Aoki nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Even you, 5 heavenly sovereigns, couldn't detect that kid's location. It seems that his concealment ability is really terrifying." After pondering for a moment, Aoki continued, "The Dragon Soul detection device has already been damaged. I'm afraid it can no longer be used." Zhang Tianzuan's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "Your Azure Dragon Sub-Hall is a super faction second only to the Imperial family. I believe that you have more than one method of detecting dragon souls in your hands, right?" Aoki smiled and said, "Of course. The 2 great elders of our sub-hall practice extremely special cultivation methods. If a dragon soul cultivator is within 100 meters of them, they can sense it. I can bring the 2 great elders to your dungeon. If the one who broke into the dungeon is really Zhuan, then he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." Zhang Tianzuan was ecstatic when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Prince Aoki." Aoki waved his hand and said, "That Zhuan killed many experts in my Azure Dragon sub-hall. I've long wanted to settle this score with him. Zhang Tianzuan, please wait for a moment. I'll go invite the 2 great elders." With that, Aoki went deep into the hall and his figure disappeared into the darkness. After about half an hour, Aoki stepped out from the depths of the hall. Behind him, 2 old men with surging auras followed. The 2 old men were dressed in black and white robes respectively. One black and one white. Standing behind Aoki, they looked rather unique. Zhang Tianzuan looked meaningfully at the black and white behind Aoki. The cultivation of these 2 old men were not weak. Although they had not reached the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, they were very close. In other words, the 2 old men should be late-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. Coupled with Qing Mu, who was a peak Empyrean realm powerhouse, the combined combat strength of the 3 of them was probably not weaker than the combined combat strength of the 5 Empyreans of the Imperial family. If the Imperial family did not have Emperor Qing, the Azure Dragon subsidiary palace might be able to confront the Imperial family head-on. Unfortunately, with Emperor Qing, the Azure Dragon subsidiary palace would always be suppressed. "Zhang Tianzuan, let's go." Aoki came to Zhang Tianzuan's side and said with a faint smile. Zhang Tianzuan nodded and left the Blue Dragon Hall. Aoki followed closely behind with the black and white. His eyes were full of coldness. This time, he would not let Zhuan go. Although the Azure Emperor had stipulated that he could not kill Zhuan, Aoki could still make Zhuan suffer a fate worse than death. Whoosh! Soon, the 4 of them entered the Imperial City's dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the other 3 heavenly sovereigns were already waiting. The 3 of them were waiting at the entrance of the dungeon. Firstly, they were waiting for Empyrean Ziyang. Secondly, they were waiting to prevent Zhuo from escaping. "Prince Aoki, everything depends on you," Zhang Tianzuan said to Aoki. Qing Mu nodded in understanding. Immediately, he whispered a few words into the ears of the black and white elders behind him, after which the black and white elders stepped forward. Their hands formed a seal as black and white chi was formed. They entwined with each other between the 2 of them and actually transformed into a small black and white dragon that was a few feet in size. This is the black and white detection dragon. It's a secret technique used to detect dragon souls. Aoki explained to Zhang Tianzuan and the other 3 heavenly sovereigns with a faint smile. Black and White held the black and white detection dragon with both hands and slowly stepped into the dungeon's first floor. Aoki, Zhang Tianzuan, and the others silently followed behind Black and White. Their eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. If they could find Zhuowen, then everything would be a success. They would no longer have to stay in the Imperial City's dungeon with such a poor environment. Black and White searched very carefully and did not miss a single corner. After an hour, Black and White had inspected every corner of the first floor. He frowned slightly and shook his head at Aoki. Looks like he's not on the first floor. Let's continue to look. Aoki also understood Black and White's intention. He was not discouraged. The first floor of the dungeon was too exposed. It was obvious that Zhuowen was not hiding here. Zhang Tianzuan and the others also nodded. They also did not think that Zhuowen would be hiding on the first floor. They then silently followed behind Black and White and Aoki. At this moment, they placed all their hopes of finding Zhuowen on Black and White. Time passed minute by minute. Black and White searched very carefully and did not miss a single corner. After a day, they had only reached the 10th floor, but they didn't find anything. They even carefully searched the 10th floor several times, but they didn't find anything at all. The Black and White Pro Dragons didn't react at all. What's going on? We've already searched the 10th floor. Why haven't we found anything? Prince Aoki, can your Black and White Detection Dragon really detect Zhuowen's location? Zhang Tianzuan frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Aoki's gaze gradually turned cold. He said, Zhang Tianzuan, this king hurriedly rushed from the Blue Dragon Hall to the Imperial City dungeon in order to capture Zhuowen. I can clearly tell you that this Black and White Detection Dragon has an extremely strong reaction to Dragon Soul Cultivators. However, we've already searched the 10th floor, and there is no reaction at all. This can only mean that Zhuowen is not in this dungeon. Hearing Aoki's words, Zhang Tianzuan's expression turned slightly ugly. How could he not understand the meaning behind Aoki's words? Zhang Tianzuan was saying that Aoki was fooling him. The so-called intruder was not in the Imperial City dungeon at all. For a moment, Zhang Tianzuan and Aoki were in a deadlock. After a while, Zhang Tianzuan shook his head and said, Prince Aoki, Zhang, will not deceive you at this juncture. Perhaps Zhuowen has already hidden below the 10th floor. Yes, the Imperial City dungeon has a total of 18 floors. We've only reached the 10th floor. There are still 8 floors below. Perhaps Zhuowen is hiding in the 8 floors below. Celestial Venerable, Shiyu quickly came out to smooth things over. Aoki's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, What Celestial Venerable, Shiyu said makes sense. Let's continue down and take a look. With that, Aoki led Black and White to the 11th floor, while Zhang Tianzuan followed behind Aoki with an ugly expression. In fact, Zhang Tianzuan himself was a little uncertain whether Zhuowen was still in the Imperial City dungeon. After all, ever since the Celestial Venerables came out to investigate the dungeon, the intruder seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Logically speaking, no matter how good Zhuowen's concealment ability was, there would always be times when he made a mistake. It was impossible for there to be no clues at all. However, they were very careful in their investigation. Although they found some traces of fighting and the destruction of corpses, Zhuowen's traces had inexplicably disappeared. Starting from the 11th floor, Black and White searched even more carefully than before. Of course, it took a lot of time. By the time they reached the 16th floor, more than half a day had passed. It's already the 16th floor. If we go down further, we'll reach the 17th floor of the ice prison, where the 4 celestial venerables are imprisoned. When they reached the 16th floor, Zhang Tianzuan's expression had become quite ugly. The others were not any better. They even guessed that Zhuowen had probably escaped from the dungeon long ago. The one with the worst expression was Aoki. He rushed over in a hurry and specially asked Black and White to use the Black and White Detection Dragons. However, The result was so cruel. They did not even find Zhuowen's shadow in the dungeon. Continue the investigation. Seeing Black and White look over, Aoki nodded with a dark expression. They had already checked the 16th floor. He would not give up halfway. 2 hours later, Black and White returned to Aoki's side. The Black and White detection dragons in their hands were still soft and did not react at all. Obviously, there was no dragon soul on the 16th floor. Slowly turning his head, Aoki stared coldly at Zhang Tianzuan and said word by word, "Zhang Tianzuan, I think you should give me an explanation for this situation." Zhang Tianzuan's face was slightly pale. He sighed softly and said, "How about this? There's still the 17th floor of the ice prison. If we still can't find it in the ice prison, I'm willing to hand over my Zhang cultivation technique with both hands as an apology." Zhang cultivation technique. Aoki was stunned at first. Then his eyes lit up. Zhang cultivation technique was amazing. It was a top venerable rank armor skill with terrifying power. It was also Zhang Tianzuan's life cultivation technique. Zhang cultivation technique was the reason Zhang Tianzuan cultivated to the peak of the celestial master realm. His strength was even stronger than Aoki's. Since Zhang Tianzuan is so sincere, Aoki will not be unreasonable. I'll follow you to the 17th floor of the ice prison. Aoki cupped his hands, and his expression eased a lot. Zhang Tianzuan's expression was cold. He nodded and led Aoki and the others to the 17th floor of the ice prison. Aoki followed behind indifferently. In his opinion, it was unlikely that Zhuowen would be able to hide in the ice prison. After all, the ice prison had been guarded by 5 celestial masters. Even if Zhuowen had great divine powers, it was impossible for him to hide in the ice prison without the 5 celestial masters knowing. On the other hand, Emperor Ziyang had an unlucky look on his face. In fact, he was only trying his luck, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. However, he was the one who invited Qing Mu over after all. He couldn't possibly let Qing Mu's efforts go to waste. Chapter 857. Exposed, the black and white light on the body of the dragon became more and more dazzling. Eventually, the entire tunnel was filled with this strange black and white light. At the same time, the dragon's roar became louder and louder. At this moment, the dragon was extremely excited, as if it had found its favorite food. It roared continuously. The dragon is reacting? Aoki, who hadn't been paying much attention to it, said with a glint in his eyes. Zhang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables' eyes were also filled with excitement. Since the dragon was reacting so strongly, did that mean that Zhuowen might be hiding in the 17th level of the ice hell? However, what puzzled Zhang Tianzuan was that the ice hell had always been guarded by the heavenly venerables. Even if the 4 heavenly venerables had left, wasn't heavenly venerate Whitebrow still there? Could it be that even heavenly venerate Whitebrow couldn't detect Zhuowen's presence? Although they were filled with doubts, they were more interested in finding out where exactly Zhuowen was hiding in the ice hell. After searching for so long, such a large group of heavenly venerables had yet to find any trace of Zhuowen. Zhang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables had been suppressing their anger for a long time. Let's go. Let's enter the ice hell. Zhang Tianzuan was the first to charge into the ice hell. The others followed closely behind Zhang Tianzuan, unwilling to be outdone. The ice hell was still filled with white fog, and the cold air was oppressive and bone-chilling. The 4 ice cages hung silently in the air. Zhuowen sat quietly in a corner and looked up at Lu Hantian's cage. 2 days had passed, and Lu Hantian had lived up to everyone's expectations. The withering qi in his body was gradually growing stronger. Now, his qi had formed countless vortexes around him. Fortunately, Lu Hantian was deliberately suppressing this aura. Since Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow was cultivating in the Stronghold Cave, it didn't attract Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow's attention. Looks like Lu Hantian is about to break through. However, the gap between the Emperor Realm and the Heavenly Venerate Realm is huge. I wonder if he can successfully advance. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Lin Ming nodded. Ascending from Empyrean to Imperial authority was the most important watershed for a martial artist. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. If one really wanted to compare, the difference between Empyrean and Imperial authority was as great as the sum of all the realms before Empyrean. There was a saying in the heavenly venerate Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm Realm. I hope, Brother Hantian. Zhuan's Hey. Was Hey Hey, translations. To Hazelin, he I. Hey 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 God, translations. Hey Hayes' chun was. Hey Hey. Hey Hey attention Lehman. Hey he. He I attention attentions attention 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 he tt attention hey I translations ttt s hey dang dang dang. Suddenly a series of footsteps came from outside the ice prison. Zhuan's eyes narrowed. He turned his head. What he saw made him curse inwardly. He quickly sat in a corner without saying a word. Ziyang Tianzuan was the first to step into the ice prison, followed by Heavenly Venerate Shiyu, Heavenly Venerate Guanghan, and Heavenly Venerate Huang Jiao. What surprised Zhuan even more was that behind the four Heavenly Venerates, Aoki and two old men in black and white robes followed them silently. The two old men were holding a palm-sized black and white dragon in their hands. At this moment, the little black and white dragon was staring at Zhuo-Wan with shining eyes. It was as if Zhuo-Wan was a delicious delicacy in the little dragon's eyes. Oh no, it's a black and white pro-dragon. Boy, I'm afraid your identity will be exposed soon. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly changed, and she said worriedly. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He naturally knew about the black and white probe dragon. It was also a method of probing a dragon soul. He didn't expect Wang, Tianzuan, and the others to invite people from the Blue Dragon Hall to help search for Zhuowen. Zhuowen is in the ice prison, black and white. You should be able to make Zhuowen completely reveal himself. Aoki said with a sinister smile. Black and White nodded and immediately formed a seal with his left hand. He stared at the black and white probe dragon. Suddenly, the black and white light on the surface of the probe dragon became even more intense. Finally, with a deafening dragon roar, the probe dragon broke away from black and white's palm. Whoosh! The black and white probe dragon was extremely fast. After it broke away from the two elders' palms, it instantly shot out. Needless to say, its direction was where Zhuowen was. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely unsightly. The black and white probe dragon had indeed discovered him. Ziyang, Tin, Aoki, and the others also followed the trajectory of the black and white probe dragon and saw Zhuowen's location. They saw a cold man in black armor, sitting cross-legged in the corner. It was the Black Beast Army's 2nd Division Captain, Black Baron. Who is this person? After discovering that the black and white probe dragon was flying towards a man in black armor that they had never seen before, the smile on Aoki's face faded. He turned to look at Ziyang, Tianzuan, and asked, "This person is the Black Beast Army's 2nd Division Captain, Black Baron. He is a capable general who guards the Imperial City's dungeon all year round. I would like to ask Prince Aoki if there is a problem with your black and white probe dragon. This person is a member of the Imperial family. How could he be Zhuowen, who broke into the dungeon?" Ziyang Tianzuan's expression also became a little unsightly. He had already investigated the Black Baron in front of him. Whether it was his appearance or aura, he didn't seem to be a fake, so he had some doubts about the black and white probe dragon. Aoki coldly snorted and said, "The black and white probe dragon is extremely sensitive to dragon souls. Now that it is rushing towards Black Baron so actively, it goes without saying that the latter must have a dragon soul in his body. This person is probably Zhuowen in disguise." Ziyang Tianzuan's voice was a little cold as he said, "Long before Black Baron entered the ice snow prison, this venerable had already investigated him. Whether it is his aura or appearance, this person is definitely not Zhuowen. If he is in disguise, it is impossible for there to be no traces at all." Whoosh! A figure suddenly shot out of the barrier cavern. It was the white-brow heavenly master who had come out after noticing the commotion outside. Zhang Tianzuan, have you found Zhuan? The white-brow heavenly master first looked at Aoki in confusion, then immediately asked Zhang Tianzuan. Zhang Tianzuan shook his head and said, "We haven't found him. I'm afraid that Zhuan has already escaped from this dungeon." Hearing Zhang Tianzuan say so, the white-brow heavenly master felt a lot better. He hadn't been able to find Zhuan before, and now Zhang Tianzuan was the same. At this moment, the black and white pro-dragon had already arrived in front of Zhuan. Its pair of dragon eyes stared at Zhuan with great confusion. Just now, it had felt an extremely strong dragon soul aura from this person. Why did it suddenly disappear? Zhuan was extremely nervous as he looked at the black and white probe dragon in front of him. The movements of the probe dragon had undoubtedly pushed Zhuan to the forefront of the storm. If Zhang Tianzuan and the others found out that the black noble was a fake, then Zhuan would really have no way out. After all, there were 8 heavenly venerates in front of him. It was simply impossible for him to escape from 8 heavenly venerates. Fortunately, Zhang Tianzuan's words made Zhuan feel a lot more at ease. However, what Aoki said next once again made Zhuan's heart jump to his throat. The heavenly armor continent is so huge. It's not like there aren't any secret techniques that can completely change one's aura. Perhaps Zhuan obtained such a secret technique by chance? If Zhang Tianzuan really believes the Black Noble's words, then let him come over. Black and White has mastered a secret technique that can completely stimulate the Dragon Soul in a Dragon Soul martial artist's body. If the Black Noble doesn't have a Dragon Soul in his body, then this secret technique will naturally have no effect on him. If he does, At this point, Aoki's face became a little ferocious. Everyone knew that if there was a Dragon Soul, then the Black Noble in front of them was definitely a fake. Zhang Tianzuan's eyes flickered. Aoki's suggestion was undoubtedly the best. However, the Black Noble was, after all, personally appointed by the Qing Emperor to guard the dungeon. If they let the Black Noble come over just like that, it would undoubtedly disappoint the latter. Zhang Tianzuan, he's just a captain of the Black Beast Army. Why you care so much? I'll capture the Black Noble first and let Black and White examine him. If he doesn't have a dragon soul, then it'll be fine. If he does, then it'll be a great merit for us. Celestial Master Whitebrow said to Zhang Tianzuan and strode toward Zhuan. He was in the Celestial Master realm, while the Black Noble was only in the Golden Venerable realm. Celestial Master Whitebrow looked down on the Black Beast Army from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't care what the Black Noble thought. Zhang Tianzuan and the others didn't stop him. Instead, they silently watched Celestial Master Whitebrow's actions. Obviously, they tacitly agreed with Celestial Master Whitebrow's actions. Looking at Celestial Master Whitebrow striding over, Zhang Tianzuan and the others silently watching behind him, Zhuan felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that they really intended to force Zhuan to hand him over and let Black and White examine him. I can't sit still and wait for death. Zhuan's eyes flashed. He knew very well that if he really followed Celestial Master Whitebrow to Black and White's side, his life would be completely in the hands of others. If Black and White's secret technique could really detect the Dragon Soul in Zhuan's body, there was no doubt that Zhuan would die. Even if it couldn't detect it, if Aoki was flustered and exasperated and used him as a venting bucket, then there was still a high chance that Zhuan would die. As a member of the royal family, Celestial Master Whitebrow, is this how you treat your own people? Zhuan took a deep breath and shouted coldly. At this moment, Celestial Master Whitebrow was already 10 meters away from Zhuan. When he heard Zhuan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he sneered and said, "Ridiculous! Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to be one of us? You think too highly of yourself. I'll only give you one chance. Come with me to be examined. If you can't detect the Dragon Soul, we won't make things difficult for you." Chapter 858. Lu Hantian's Breakthrough. Are you planning to refuse the test? The white-brow Empyrean narrowed his eyes and revealed a cruel smile. To him, Heiju was just an ant-like existence, yet he dared to refuse in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, you have to go even if you don't want to. It's better for you to die. After coldly throwing down these words, the white-brow Empyrean suddenly slapped out with his right hand. Terrifying origin energy poured out and turned into a huge origin energy palm, wanting to capture Zhuan completely. Zhuan's gaze was ice-cold. This white-brow Empyrean was truly shameless. He actually attacked the weak as he pleased. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuan immediately took out the Jade Cauldron Armor Soul. He released a terrifying dragon's might that soared into the sky and blasted towards the origin energy palm. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. Following that, the unstoppable origin energy palm actually froze in mid-air, unable to move at all. It actually formed a stalemate with the 81 dragon's might. You actually dare to resist? The white-brow Empyrean narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He pressed down with his right hand again, and the power of the origin energy palm increased by several times. Its aura was terrifying, and it actually completely suppressed the 81 dragon's might. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. Immediately, the divine sun cauldron slowly appeared from the void behind him. Soon after, the sun runes on the surface of the divine sun cauldron lit up. Waves of sun fire burst out and swept towards the origin energy palm like fire dragons. In an instant, the dragon's might and the sun's fire complemented each other, and their power increased explosively. With a cracking sound, the white-brow Empyrean's origin energy palm was broken just like that. After breaking the origin energy palm, Zhuan waved his right hand, and 81 dragons' might and sun's fire surrounded his body. He then retreated continuously as he stared at the white-brow Empyrean in front of him with fear. Back then, although Zhuan had been powerless against the white-brow celestial sovereign, Zhuan was only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm at that time. Now, Zhuan's cultivation had risen to the supreme realm, and his strength had increased by more than several times. The current Zhuan might not be a match for the early-stage Heavenly Venerate white-browed Heavenly Venerate, but Zhuan was still able to block the palm formed by Heavenly Venerate white-browed's casual strike. He was not as pathetic as before. White-brow Heavenly Sovereign was stunned. Even Zhang Tianzuan and the others who were standing in the distance fell into silence. Although Empyrean White-brow was the weakest of the 5 Empyreans, and his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Empyrean realm, he was still a genuine Empyrean powerhouse. Even with a casual strike, capturing a martial artist like Heiju should be a piece of cake. However, not only did Empyrean White-brow fail to capture Heiju, but his palm was also easily shattered by Heiju. How could these lofty Empyrean masters not be surprised? Zhang Tianzuan even thought that Empyrean White-brow was deliberately going easy on Heiju. Empyrean White-brow seemed to sense the strange gazes of Zhang Tianzuan and the others behind him, and his cheeks suddenly burned. He was a dignified Empyrean master, but not only had he failed to capture Heiju, but his palm had also been broken by Heiju. Boom! Just as Empyrean White-brow was about to strike again and completely capture Zhuan, a terrifying vibration resounded throughout the entire icy hell, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. What's going on? Empyrean White-brow couldn't help but stagger as he asked hurriedly. Not only Empyrean White-brow, but Zhang Tianzuan, Aoki, and the others who were standing not far away were also shocked. They immediately looked up. What a terrifying aura! How can there be such a terrifying aura? At this moment, Zhang Tianzuan and the others were shocked as they stared straight up. Above the icy hell, endless yuan power formed a terrifying whirlpool. Under the influence of this whirlpool, the surrounding snow and ice formed an extremely terrifying snowstorm. Under this terrifying snowstorm, the entire icy hell trembled violently. Under the effect of this terrifying snowstorm, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the surrounding solid ice barrier, as if it would collapse at any moment. The 4 solid ice cages floating in the air shook violently under this snowstorm. The other 3 Empyrean prisoners in the cages all woke up from their meditation. Their gazes converged on a cage in the corner. The terrifying snowstorm was transmitted from this cage. Moreover, they had some impressions of the prisoner in this cage. He was a prisoner who had just been imprisoned in the icy hell not long ago. Moreover, his cultivation was very high. He was actually an expert at the peak of the Empyrean realm. As soon as he came in, he cursed Emperor Qing. Therefore, the 3 Empyrean prisoners had a deep impression of Lu Hantian. Moreover, this terrifying aura was transmitted from Lu Hantian's body. What a terrifying aura! This aura is even more terrifying than the Empyrean realm. Is this person going to break through to the Imperial Power realm? Very quickly, the 3 Empyrean prisoners thought of a possibility. They were all Empyrean realm experts, so they naturally had a certain understanding of the Imperial Power realm. Now, the aura that erupted from Lu Hantian's body clearly far surpassed that of an Empyrean realm expert. This aura was already close to that of an Imperial Power realm expert. They all knew that this person was probably going to break through here. Thinking of this, their gazes became much more fervent. If Lu Hantian really succeeded in breaking through, then he would be able to directly break through this ice cage. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to let the 3 of them out. Oh no, that Lu Hantian is preparing to break through to the Imperial Power realm. Damn it, we must go and stop him. Zhang Tianzuan's attention was also focused on Lu Hantian, who was in the center of the snowstorm. This terrifying snowstorm was too powerful. It was like the might of the heavens. Even Empyreans like them couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. With that, Zhang Tianzuan took the lead and used his movement technique. He rushed towards the sky and approached the terrifying snowstorm, wanting to stop the power of the snowstorm from spreading. In addition to Zhang Tianzuan, Empyrean Sunset Moon, Empyrean Huang Jiao, and Empyrean Guanghan were also moved. They followed Zhang Tianzuan without hesitation and rushed into the sky. Aoki, what should we do? Black and White came to Aoki's side and asked in a deep voice. Let's go. We'll go help Zhang Tianzuan and the others. We can't let Lu Hantian successfully break through. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Aoki's eyes flickered. He gave an order, then brought Black and White and rushed towards the snowstorm. If Lu Hantian really succeeded in breaking through, he would pose a great threat to both the Imperial family and the Blue Dragon Hall. Therefore, Aoki had to stop him. Empyrean White Brow frowned slightly, but he didn't move. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Little bastard, you're going to die today." With that, Empyrean White Brow took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. He released his Empyrean aura without hesitation, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian worriedly. He didn't know if Lu Hantian could successfully break through with so many Empyreans joining forces to suppress him. However, Zhuowen soon noticed Empyrean White Brow. He cursed inwardly and turned to run. It seemed like Empyrean White Brow was targeting him. "Little bastard, let's see where you're going. Come back." Empyrean White Brow was very fast. He arrived above Zhuowen in an instant. With a clap of his right hand, 2 huge elemental energy palms condensed and pressed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen no longer held back. He instantly grew 4 heads and 8 arms. He held the Divine Sun Cauldron in his left hand and the Supreme Dragon Cauldron in his right. Under the fusion of the flames of the sun, the 81 streaks of dragon's might turned into an extremely terrifying fire dragon. Zhuowen did not hold back. He waved his 8 arms and used the Azura Blood Spear. Boom! The 2 huge elemental energy palms immediately collapsed under Zhuowen's resistance. However, Zhuowen didn't have it easy either. He groaned and retreated a dozen steps. His gaze was extremely gloomy. It's you?" Empyrean White Brow narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen, who had grown 4 heads and 8 arms and used the Azura Blood Spear. Wasn't this Black Noble the young man in white who had killed Huangfu Wudao? Although Zhuowen now had the appearance and aura of Black Noble, This kind of attack had left a deep impression on Empyrean Whitebrow. Therefore, this person was definitely not Black Noble, but the young man in white. It seems that you were Zhuowen. I didn't expect that we, the 5 Empyreans, had always thought that you sneaked into the dungeon by relying on concealment techniques. I didn't expect you to be able to change your appearance and aura. Whitebrow, Heavenly Master, wasn't a fool. After seeing Zhuowen's move, he thought of many things. He knew that the Dark Baron in front of him was definitely a fake. The real Dark Baron had probably been killed by Zhuowen. It seems that you're not stupid. You can actually think of me. Since he had been recognized, Zhuowen no longer hid it. The muscles on his face squirmed, and he immediately restored his original appearance. He stared at Empyrean Whitebrow cautiously. Sure enough, Empyrean Whitebrow snorted coldly and then shouted, "Ziyang Tianzuan, this Black Noble is a fake. His real identity is the Zhuowen we're looking for." Empyrean Whitebrow's voice was very loud, like rolling thunder that resounded through the ice hell. At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan and the others naturally heard Empyrean Whitebrow's voice. They all lowered their heads and saw Zhuowen, who had restored his appearance. Unfortunately, the 7 of them had entered the snowstorm in order to prevent Lu Hantian from breaking through. The snowstorm was extremely terrifying, and the suction force it contained made it impossible for them to escape. They could only barely resist it. Even though they knew that Black Noble's real identity was Zhuowen, they were powerless. Whitebrow, quickly capture Zhuowen and help us prevent Lu Hantian from breaking through. Ziyang Tianzuan made a prompt decision. Chapter 859, Blood of Heaven and Earthboom. Whitebrow, Empyrean, stomped the ground, and a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to shake violently. Relying on this terrifying power, Whitebrow Empyrean turned into a shadow and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. With a wave of his 4 heads and 8 arms, a sea of blood swept out. At the same time, the Divine Sun Cauldron released an extremely surging sun fire that surrounded him, forming layers of defense. Zhuowen knew that since Whitebrow Empyrean had targeted him, he could only fight. Although the gap between him and Whitebrow Empyrean was huge, as long as Lu Hantian successfully broke through to the Emperor realm, he would be completely safe. Kill! With a low shout, Zhuowen rushed towards Whitebrow Empyrean without fear of death. The sea of blood overflowed into the sky, accompanied by countless sun fire, forming a magnificent spectacle in midair. Insignificant skill. Whitebrow Empyrean's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Zhuowen rushing over. Whitebrow Empyrean reached out into the void, and terrifying origin energy condensed into a claw. He grabbed at the void in front of him, and the void in front of him instantly shattered inch by inch. Blood of heaven and earth, reincarnation of Ishur. With a soft shout, endless amounts of viscous jade-green liquid gushed out from the void that Whitebrow Empyrean had grabbed. This liquid emitted a pungent smell that was extremely similar to the smell of blood. Boom! As soon as the blood of heaven and earth surged out, it swept towards the sea of blood that was rushing over. The blood of heaven and earth collided with the sea of blood, and instantly, countless white smoke emerged. Following that, the sea of blood was slowly devoured by the blood of heaven and earth. What a terrifying liquid! Seeing the sea of blood being devoured by the blood of heaven and earth bit by bit, Zhuowen's expression changed. The sea of blood formed by the Azura blood spear was extremely terrifying, but in front of the blood of heaven and earth, it was actually useless and even suppressed. At the same time, the Queen of the Sun behind the blood sea instantly swept out, wanting to engulf Celestial Lord Whitebrow behind the blood of heaven and earth. The Empyrean Whitebrow's eyes were sharp. He stomped his foot, and an even greater amount of green blood surged out from under his feet, completely enveloping the sunfire. In just an instant, the sunfire that had been so aggressive gradually wilted. Clang! A blood shadow rushed out from the flames of the sun. Zhuowen held 8 long spears in his hands, and the sun furnace behind him revolved around him. He took a step forward, ignoring the blood of the world around him, and headed straight for Empyrean Whitebrow. Zhuowen's sneak attack was perfect. He wrapped himself in the sun's fire. Empyrean Master Whitebrow didn't even notice that there was someone inside the sun's fire. At this moment, Zhuowen's sudden appearance greatly exceeded Empyrean Whitebrow's expectations. He actually forgot to move at this moment. However, when the blood-red spear reached his body, the Whitebrow Celestial Master roared angrily and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Wisps of green blood gushed out and formed a green shield. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a terrifying wave of air. A figure retreated several dozen steps in a rather wretched manner, and with each step, a ring-shaped energy ripple was produced. The one who retreated was Empyrean Whitebrow. Zhuowen's sneak attack was just too unexpected. Empyrean Whitebrow was careless and actually fell for Zhuowen's trap. He was now in a rather wretched state. A dignified Empyrean powerhouse only has this much strength, Zhuowen said coldly as he stood with his spear. His long hair draped wildly behind him. Is there any reason for a sneak attack? Little bastard, I'll let you know what true fear is very soon. The Whitebrow Heavenly Venerate's expression was ugly. He took a step forward and shot toward Zhuowen again. Boundless blood of the heavens and the earth appeared in the void, dyeing the entire sky a strange green color. Zhuowen's expression was solemn. He was not afraid at all, and there was even a hint of excitement in his heart. He had long wanted to challenge an early-stage Empyrean powerhouse. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and an Empyrean powerhouse now. Boom! The sea of blood surged, but Zhuowen was not afraid. He once again clashed with Empyrean Whitebrow, and extremely terrifying shockwaves erupted between the two. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged several dozen blows. Although Empyrean Whitebrow's cultivation and strength were much stronger than Zhuowen's, Zhuowen's physical strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, he had an extremely terrifying recovery ability. Although Zhuowen was completely suppressed by Empyrean Whitebrow, due to Zhuowen's powerful physical body, he could not take down Zhuowen for a while. At this moment, Xiang, Tianzuan, Aoki, and the others joined forces in the snowstorm. They were slowly advancing through the snowstorm, constantly approaching Lu Hantian, who was in the center of the snowstorm. As long as they reached Lu Hantian's side, the 7 Empyreans would interfere. Lu Hantian's advancement would definitely be affected. At that time, there was a high chance that he would fail. We're too slow. If Empyrean Whitebrow joins us, our speed will be much faster. We'll be able to reach Lu Hantian in the center of the snowstorm as soon as possible. Aoki frowned slightly. Looking at their current speed, he revealed a displeased expression. Hasn't Empyrean Whitebrow captured Zhuowen yet? Xiang Tianzuan agreed with Aoki's words. Right now, the 7 Empyreans were advancing too slowly in the snowstorm. If Empyrean Whitebrow joined them, their speed would increase by a lot. Thinking of this, Xiang Tianzuan and the others looked down. When they saw Empyrean Whitebrow and Zhuowen fighting, they were actually evenly matched. Although it seemed that Empyrean Whitebrow was firmly suppressing Zhuowen, one had to know that Empyrean Whitebrow was a dignified Empyrean, and Zhuowen's aura was only in the sovereign realm. Under normal circumstances, an Empyrean fighting a sovereign would result in a crushing defeat. However, the scene in front of them was really unbelievable. Empyrean Whitebrow could not take down Zhuowen at all. How did this Zhuowen grow so fast? Even Empyrean Whitebrow can't take him down? Aoki's eyes flickered. He was the most surprised among the 7. During the War of the 9 Counties, Zhuowen was just a junior. Aoki had never even looked at him seriously. However, this junior, who he had never paid attention to back then, not only had his cultivation reached the sovereign realm, but his strength was so strong that even an early-stage Empyrean realm warrior could not take him down. Boom! Suddenly, the snowstorm where Xiang Tianzuan and the others were in became even more terrifying. The power of ice and snow was constantly rotating in a counterclockwise manner. The power of the snowstorm is increasing. Lu Hantian's breakthrough has reached the most critical moment. We must stop Lu Hantian, or it will be too late. Aoki's face changed slightly as he roared. Zhang Tianzuan also knew that the situation was critical. With a roar, a huge purple sun slowly rose behind him, causing his strength to soar several times. Everyone, don't hold back. Use your strongest moves. If Lu Hantian succeeds in his breakthrough, he will never let us go. After releasing the purple sun, Zhang Tianzuan shouted. The others nodded and no longer held back. Each of them used their best moves. For a moment, the combined power of the 7 people became even stronger than before. They began to move towards the center in an orderly manner. No, we're too slow. It's going to be too late. Zhang Tianzuan quickly asked Celestial Master Whitebrow to come over. If he joins us, our 8 Celestial Masters can join forces and increase our speed by 50%. There's still time. Aoki said cautiously. Zhang Tianzuan nodded. Their priority now was to stop Lu Hantian from breaking through. After all, if the latter succeeded in breaking through, he would become a true Emperor Realm expert. Then, these Celestial Masters would be no match for him. Zhuowen was just an ant. It wouldn't be too late to capture Zhuowen after they finished dealing with Lu Hantian. Whitebrow, quickly come and help us. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianzuan hurriedly shouted at Celestial Master Whitebrow. His voice was like thunder. Boom! Celestial Master Whitebrow suddenly threw a punch, immediately striking Zhuowen. Zhuowen retreated several dozen steps, and Zhuowen grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the beating heart of the underworld in Zhuowen's body gave Zhuowen boundless vitality, causing his internal injuries to slowly heal. At this moment, as long as Zhuowen wasn't killed in a single blow, Zhuowen was like a cockroach that could quickly recover from his injuries. Although Celestial Master Whitebrow was much stronger than Zhuowen, it was useless even if he injured Zhuowen, because Zhuowen would quickly recover and continue to fight him. Whitebrow, quickly come and help us. At this moment, Zhang Tianzuan's voice rang out as expected. Celestial Master Whitebrow's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the snowstorm. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Zhuowen also noticed the snowstorm in the sky. He was also worried that if Zhang Tianzuan and the others got too close to the center of the snowstorm, Lu Hantian might be disturbed by them and fail. Zhang Tianzuan was currently moving very slowly in the snowstorm. If Celestial Master Whitebrow joined in, their speed would immediately increase. At that time, Lu Hantian might really be affected by them. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen blocked in front of Celestial Master Whitebrow. Like a sticky candy, he entangled Celestial Master Whitebrow, preventing him from entering the snowstorm. Scram! You little bastard! Celestial Master Whitebrow was furious when he saw Zhuowen sticking to him like a sticky candy. He roared and waved his sleeve, wanting to send Zhuowen flying. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was very slippery. He actually spread out 3 pairs of lightning wings and quickly dodged Celestial Master Whitebrow's attack. When Celestial Master Whitebrow was about to ignore Zhuowen and rush into the snowstorm, Zhuowen continued to pester Celestial Master Whitebrow, causing Celestial Master Whitebrow to be badly battered. He wanted nothing more than to cut Zhuowen into pieces. Whitebrow, are you still not done? Zhang Tianzuan spoke again with some displeasure. Seeing Zhang Tianzuan urging him, Celestial Master Whitebrow was finally angry. He coldly said to Zhuowen, Little bastard, you forced me to do this. Green Blood Demon Fire Form. Chapter 860. Green Blood Demon Flame CI. Ear-piercing sounds spread out in this space. The green blood under the feet of the Empyrean Whitebrow began to burn. Strands of strange green flames ignited and spread throughout the entire space. What a strange flame! The moment the green flames appeared, the sea of blood that spread out completely dried up under the terrifying temperature of the flames. Zhuowen retreated again and again, his gaze extremely solemn. This strange green flame was extremely powerful, even much stronger than the earth fire. Little bastard, go to hell, green blood demon flame, defy the heavens, and become a phoenix. The Empyrean white brow formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the countless green blood demon flames in the air churned and turned into a several 100 feet tall green fire phoenix. A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The green fire phoenix swooped down and flew straight towards Zhuowen. It brought with it a torrential green flame that looked extremely magnificent and terrifying. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He immediately took out the divine sun furnace and the azure blood sea and surrounded his entire body, wanting to block the terrifying green fire phoenix. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that under the attack of the green fire phoenix, the defense of the divine sun furnace and the azure blood sea was useless. In an instant, the defenses of the divine sun furnace and the azure blood sea were broken. Zhuowen spread the lightning wings on his back and hurriedly retreated. This green blood demon flame was so terrifying. It actually broke through the defenses of his divine sun furnace and the azure blood sea in an instant. It was too strange. The cries of the phoenix rang out once again. The fire phoenix did not show any mercy and continued to charge toward Zhuowen. In an instant, it enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. CICICI. As soon as the green blood demon flame invaded his body, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that his body, which had cultivated the great sun nirvana, was slowly evaporating under the corrosion of the flames. The blood inside was gradually flowing away, as if what was attached to his body was not a flame, but a vampire bat. Furthermore, Zhuowen could clearly feel that as time passed, he became weaker and weaker. Damn it! Xiaohe, prepare to materialize. Zhuowen knew that he couldn't let the blue blood demon fire corrode him any further. Otherwise, he would really be sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. Countless wisps of black fog shot out from between Zhuowen's brows, enveloping his entire body. For a time, the surrounding green blood demon flames were actually dispelled by the black fog, leaving him unable to do anything. The black mist kept wriggling on Zhuowen's surface. When the black mist gradually dissipated, Zhuowen had transformed into a ferocious dragonoid form. His entire body was covered in sharp bone spikes and black scales. Boom! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the green blood demon fire around him scattered. Then, Zhuowen leaped out of the range of the green blood demon fire. His dark golden eyes stared warily at the white brow Skymaster, who was surrounded by the green blood demon fire. It really is the aura of a dragon's soul. However, what surprises me is why is your dragon soul materialization so strange? She was initially stunned when she saw Zhuowen transform into a dragon person. Soon after, her eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Normally speaking, the materialization of a dragon soul should be the materialization of the entire dragon soul. It should be the materialization of a soul body into a physical form. However, Zhuowen's dragon soul materialization was so strange. Instead, it was as if part of the dragon soul materialization was attached to Zhuowen's body. It looked rather strange. Zhuowen did not say anything else. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. He shot towards White Brow Heavenly Sovereign like an arrow that had left its bow. Don't think that you're the only one with an armor soul. I have one too. The White Brow Skymaster narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. A white shadow surged out from between his brows. The white shadow expanded at a visible rate. Zhuowen snorted coldly and threw out his right fist. It stirred up countless hurricanes and slammed into the white light. Boom! At the same time, a huge sharp claw appeared within the white light. The huge sharp claw slammed into Zhuowen's fist. Countless terrifying claw shadows surged out, accompanied by sharp claw winds that swept out. Thud! 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 Zhuowen's face changed slightly. The power produced by the sharp claw was extremely terrifying, causing him to involuntarily retreat with a groan. As Zhuowen retreated, the white light slowly faded away. A huge white hawk that was close to 100 feet tall appeared in the sky. Its sharp hawk eyes stared straight at Zhuan. Strangely, the huge white hawk had a pair of slender, white eyebrows, just like the white brow Skymaster. This is the white brow hawk, my armor soul. You, a mere sovereign, can force me to use the armor soul materialization. Even if you die, you should be proud. The white brow Skymaster indifferently stared at Zhuan. With a wave of his right hand, the white brow hawk let out a sharp cry and shot toward Zhuan like a gust of wind. Its speed was extremely fast. Yaya! In the blink of an eye, the white brow hawk arrived in the sky above Zhuan. A wild gust of wind blew over, causing waves of whistling sounds to ring out. It blew Zhuan's long hair into a mess. Sacrifice for a righteous cause. Azura transformation. Zhuan waved his right hand, and the blood spear turned into a bloody light that swept out. It swept out an endless sea of blood and shot towards the white brow hawk. Boom! Boom! The white-browed hawk only used one claw, and a terrifying claw wind swept out. In an instant, the terrifying sea of blood was directly split open, and the terrifying hawk claw swept straight towards Zhuan. Dragon slaughter. Zhuan's expression changed slightly. In his draconic human form, he let out an angry roar. The dark dragon scales on his hands emitted a pitch-black glow that instantly transformed into a pair of huge dragon claws. These dragon claws emitted an extremely powerful dragon aura. The white brow hawk's eyes revealed a trace of fear. This dragon aura had an extremely strong impact on him. However, even though the white brow hawk was terrified, his current actions were basically controlled by the white brow Skymaster. Therefore, even though the white brow hawk was terrified, he still attacked as expected. Hawk Claw against Dragon Claw. The two claws collided in mid-air, creating a billowing shockwave that rose up like a mushroom cloud. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Break for me. The white brow Skymaster let out a loud roar. His entire body was like a rock spreading its wings as he landed on top of the hawk's claw. His right hand formed a claw and fiercely grabbed onto the dragon claw in front of the hawk's claw. A terrifying yuan power poured out. Crack! The dragon claw did not last for long before it was shattered by the white brow Skymaster. Shortly after, the white brow Skymaster swept out from the countless dragon claw fragments and ruthlessly smashed his right palm onto Zhuan's chest. Poochie! Zhuan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His aura instantly became much weaker. The dragon strangulation was the first secret technique of the Dragon Clan that he had mastered in his Dragon Man form. It was secretly passed down to him by Xiao He and could be considered his strongest technique. However, even the dragon strangulation was unable to block the combined attack of the white brow Skymaster and his armor soul. In fact, it was already quite difficult for Zhuan to be able to fight against the white brow heavenly master as a supreme being. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. If an ordinary supreme being were to face the white brow heavenly master, they would be crushed like ants. However, Zhuan was able to force the white brow heavenly master to use his soul armor materialization. What a tenacious little bastard. You finally run out of tricks. Although he had severely injured Zhuan, Imperial Master Whitebrow was not happy at all. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than Zhuan's. Yet he had been forced into such a fluster that he even had to use his armor soul. If others were to find out, his reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Capture this little bastard alive first. Although the white brow Skymaster was extremely angry with Zhuan and wished he could kill him, the Qing Emperor had already solemnly instructed him not to kill Zhuan. He had to capture him alive. Whoosh! In an instant, the white brow Skymaster arrived above Zhuan. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhuan's collar. On the other hand, Zhuan struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the white brow Skymaster's attack was too terrifying. Even though Zhuan's recovery ability was very strong, he would not be able to recover in a short time. Little bastard, you'd better behave yourself, the white brow Skymaster said coldly. His right hand struck Zhuan's chest again, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Zhuowen's aura immediately became much weaker. At the same time, the White-Brow Skymaster was still a little worried. He sealed Zhuowen's meridians with origin energy, making it impossible for Zhuowen to use his cultivation. It's time to help Xiang, Tianzuan, and the others. The White-Brow Skymaster's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiang, Tianzuan, and the others, who were still struggling to move forward in the snowstorm. Just as he was about to carry Zhuowen into the snowstorm, a dark ray of light shot out from the abyss in the center of the ice hell. The White-Brow Skymaster raised his eyebrows and had an ominous feeling. He quickly turned around and clapped his right hand. His origin energy shot out and hit the dark ray of light. Ah! The White-Brow Skymaster screamed miserably. The dark ray of light was extremely terrifying and corrosive. The moment it came into contact with his palm, his entire right arm was corroded into nothingness. The corrosion continued to spread from his arm to his shoulder, trying to swallow the White-Brow Skymaster's entire shoulder. The White-Brow Skymaster made a prompt decision. He immediately threw away Zhuowen in his left hand and used his left hand as a knife to cut off his right hand and right shoulder. Blood spurted out. Enduring the pain, the White-Brow Skymaster sealed the major acupoints on his left shoulder, gradually stopping the spurting blood. At this moment, the White-Brow Skymaster's face was as pale as snow. When the White-Brow Skymaster wanted to find Zhuowen's location, he was shocked to find that Zhuowen had fallen into the abyss in the center of the ice hell. "Damn it! Come back!" Empyrean White-Brow shouted. He took a step forward, wanting to pull Zhuowen back from the abyss. Whoosh! Another dark ray of light shot out from the abyss, heading straight for the White-Brow Skymaster. Looking at the dark ray of light, the White-Brow Skymaster could no longer care about Zhuowen. He turned around and ran for his life, not daring to approach the abyss at all. After the dark ray of light flew out of the abyss, it gradually dissipated, as if there was something within the abyss that could restrain this power. Chapter 861. Imperial overlooking 9 stars White-Brow, Heavenly Master, clutched his empty right arm as he watched Zhuowen disappear into the abyss. His expression was extremely ugly. Although he did not know much about the abyss in the center of the ice prison, he knew quite a bit. It was said that the abyss led to the most mysterious 18th floor of the dungeon. It was said that an extremely powerful warrior was imprisoned on the 18th floor. Back then, this warrior had caused havoc in the imperial capital and killed many celestial venerables. To put it bluntly, this person had killed celestial venerables as if they were dogs. Thinking of the rumors, White-Brow Heavenly Master did not dare to go near the abyss. He knew that the existence in the abyss could easily kill him. Fortunately, there was a powerful formation that Emperor Qing did not know of within 10 miles of the abyss. The attack released by the person imprisoned on the 18th floor could not go beyond 10 miles. Boom, boom, boom. An even more terrifying vibration resounded from the ice prison. Then, the terrifying snowstorm in the sky squirmed crazily and finally exploded, setting off countless raging airflows. Dang, dang, dang. Xiang, Tianzuan, and the others, who had been trying their best to get closer to Lu Hantian, were sent flying like stray dogs. Their faces were as pale as snow, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The snowstorm receded, gradually revealing Lu Hantian's figure. At this moment, Lu Hantian's eyes were still closed as he sat upright in the ice cage. A terrifying pillar of light shot up from Lu Hantian's body into the sky. It penetrated the entire dungeon from the ice prison and shot into the sky. Rumble. At this moment, it was not just the ice prison that was shaking. The entire dungeon of the imperial capital was shaking violently. What's going on? Why is the dungeon shaking so violently? What's happening at the bottom of the dungeon? In the dungeon of the imperial capital, the guards' eyes were filled with panic. The sudden shaking of the dungeon had left them at a loss as to what to do. They did not even know what to do. The pillar of light became even more dazzling and thick. It rushed into the 9 layers of clouds, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. Under the illumination of the pillar of light, the pitch-black night sky was as bright as day. The countless pitch-black clouds in the night sky began to rotate continuously in a counterclockwise direction along with the pillar of light. Furthermore, the speed of the rotation was extremely fast, forming an inverted funnel as it sank downwards. What's going on? Why is there a sudden phenomenon? What a terrifying aura. This aura is like the might of the heavens, truly terrifying. The direction of a light pillar seems to be in the Imperial City's dungeon. Let's go and take a look. What's going on? The pillar of light that soared into the sky instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the Imperial capital. Numerous figures flashed out in the night like ghosts, heading towards the dungeon of the Imperial capital. Within the Imperial City, within the majestic throne room, a figure seated cross-legged in an open-air hall slowly opened his eyes. He lifted his head to look at the light pillar that soared into the sky. A ripple appeared in his calm eyes. His gaze pierced through the end of the light pillar and saw 9 shining stars that were neatly arranged. The 9 stars were extremely dazzling. A phenomenon from the heavens. The Emperor descends to the 9 stars? Someone is about to break through to the Emperor realm and become an emperor? The person suddenly stood up. The calmness in his eyes was finally replaced by shock. At this moment, the intense light from the light pillar also illuminated the person's facial features. It was the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing. Looking at the direction of a light pillar, it should be the dungeon of the Imperial City. Could it be that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lu Hantian? Oh no, I have to hurry over. As he spoke, Emperor Qing's gaze became gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared from the throne room. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out in the sky above the 9 heavens, following which 9 huge stars descended from the 9 heavens. Although they were not as blazing as the sun, nor as bright as the moon, they were inextinguishable stars. The Emperor descends to the 9 stars? These are 9 Emperor stars. Oh my God, someone actually broke through. Does this mean that our Qing Xian Empire is about to have a second Emperor realm powerhouse? At this moment, a dense crowd had already gathered around the dungeon of the Imperial City. These cultivators raised their heads and saw the 9 stars descending from the 9 heavens. Their faces were filled with shock. Many cultivators had already recognized this terrifying phenomenon. It was the symbol of a cultivator breaking through to the Emperor realm. Back then, when Emperor Qing broke through, 9 Emperor stars had also descended from the 9 heavens. This was the law of heaven and earth celebrating the cultivator who had reached the Emperor realm. Other than shock, the crowd was also puzzled. They were puzzled as to who had broken through to the Emperor realm. Why was this person in the dungeon of the Imperial City? Could it be a prisoner in the dungeon? Although they were puzzled, none of the cultivators surrounding the dungeon dared to barge into the dungeon. After all, this was the forbidden area of the Imperial City. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter this place. However, because of the strange phenomenon, the entire dungeon shook violently. Many of the guards in the dungeon ran out in a panic. Whoosh! An imposing figure suddenly flew over. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with seriousness. It's Emperor Qing. It seems that the phenomenon of the Emperor realm is really attractive. Even someone like Emperor Qing has been attracted. Looking at the green figure that appeared in the sky above the dungeon, many people in the surroundings started to discuss and whisper to each other. What's going on? Staring at the panicking guards below, the Lotus Emperor asked coldly with a cold gaze. He Yao, who was hiding among the guards, quickly stepped out and told Emperor Qing everything that had happened in the dungeon. However, he did not enter the ice prison, so he did not know the exact situation. He only knew that this phenomenon was caused by Lu Hantian. As expected, Lu Hantian has broken through. And did Zhuowen break into the dungeon as well? Emperor Qing asked again. He Yao's eyes flickered. He replied with uncertainty. There are traces of people breaking into the first 10 floors of the dungeon. However, Zhuowen's ability to hide is too strong. I don't know his exact location. Emperor Qing nodded and did not ask any more questions. He took a step forward and went deep into the dungeon. Not long after Emperor Qing entered the dungeon, Elder Shiwan and Moyan Wushang looked at each other and frowned in a bush far away from the dungeon. They had been waiting outside for more than 2 days, but Zhuan still hadn't come out. Originally, they were already burning with anxiety. Just as they were about to break into the dungeon to find out the details, such a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the dungeon. The cause of this phenomenon is most likely Lu Han Tian. Lu Han Tian is really demonic. Under such a dangerous situation, he can still forcefully break through to the Emperor realm. I am impressed. Elder Shiwan nodded. Elder Shiwan, Emperor Qing has already entered the dungeon. There are also 8 heavenly masters, including Zhang Tianzuan and Aoki. Lu Han Tian and Zhuowen are no match for them. We have to go and help. Moyan Wushang said. Elder Shiwan nodded and said, Miss Wushang, don't worry. Zhui Xiaoyu is the second elder of the Arcane Art Guild. I will not leave you in the lurch. Let's break into the dungeon now. I would like to see if Emperor Qing's strength has become stronger than before. With that, Elder Shiwan and Moyan Wushang took a step forward. They no longer hid themselves and rushed toward the dungeon. Who is it? How dare you break into the dungeon of the Imperial City? As soon as Elder Shiwan and Moyan Wushang appeared, they were discovered by He Yao, who was guarding outside. Elder Shiwan and Moyan Wushang ignored He Yao's question. Instead, they rushed toward the entrance of the dungeon. You are courting death. Hey you, hey sure, follow me and kill these 2 traitors. He Yao was furious when he saw that the 2 men had ignored him. He took a step forward and swung his long spear at the 2 men. A terrifying force flew out and tore through the air. He Yu and He Shi did not want to be outdone. They followed behind He Yao and used their best moves in an attempt to kill the 2 traitors in front of them. Elder Shiwan snorted and a terrifying mental strength gushed out. When Dark Light and the other 2 who were in midair came into contact with the terrifying mental strength, their bodies froze and they became motionless. Elder Shiwan waved his right hand casually, and the 3 men were sent flying backward. They spat out blood and smashed onto the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. Elder Shiwan and Moyan Wushang did not look at He Yao and the other 2 men as they disappeared from the entrance of the dungeon. At that moment, Lu Han Tian was still sitting cross-legged in the icy hell on the 17th level of the dungeon. However, the light pillar that shot out from his body had gradually dimmed. Starlight wrapped around Lu Han Tian's body, making him look mysterious and peaceful. Zhang Tianzuan and the rest slowly stepped back and came to the open space where the White-Brow Heavenly Master was. Zhang Tianzuan and the rest noticed that the White-Brow Heavenly Master's right arm was empty, and they were surprised. White-Brow, what happened to you? Did Zhuan chop off his right arm? Zhang Tianzuan could not help but ask. When the White-Brow Heavenly Master felt the other Heavenly Masters looking at him in surprise, he said, Zhuan, that little bastard is not that powerful. It was the one on the 18th level who did it. When the White-Brow Heavenly Master mentioned the one on the 18th level, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. The one on the 18th level was the one who had suppressed them personally. What? That person did it? D***. That person is too powerful. Even if Emperor Qing sealed him personally, he could not suppress his cultivation. When Zhang Tianzuan mentioned the prisoner on the 18th level, his expression was no better than White-Brow Heavenly Master's. Is that guy so powerful? I remember that he was not as powerful as Emperor Qing back then. Aoki asked with a frown. Apparently, Aoki knew something about the prisoner on the 18th level. Chapter 862. The Qing Emperor's Arrival. Are we just going to let Zhuan fall into the abyss? Aoki frowned. Zhang Tianzuan shook his head and said, We're just going to die if we enter the abyss. Only the Qing Emperor has the ability to enter the abyss. Furthermore, Lu Hantian's breakthrough has caused such a huge commotion. The Qing Emperor should be here soon. Boom, boom. The ice hell prison shook violently again. 9 huge stars came crashing down from the ground, creating 9 huge craters on the surface of the prison. 9 holes appeared in the 9 stars. 9 dazzling stars revolved around Lu Hantian's body. The sparkling starlight made Lu Hantian look mysterious. Boom! Lu Hantian suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed across his eyes. An aura that was even more terrifying than before burst out. This aura had far surpassed the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Without a doubt, Lu Hantian had successfully broken through to the Imperial Power Realm. Ha! I've finally broken through. I don't have to give in to the Qing Emperor anymore. Lu Hantian laughed arrogantly. He took a step forward and brought the 9 stars with him to the open space of the icy prison. He looked at Zhang Tianzuan and the others and asked indifferently, "Where did Zhuowen go?" After breaking through, Lu Hantian used his divine consciousness to search for Zhuowen. However, to his disappointment, there was no trace of Zhuowen in the icy prison. Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. You've just broken through to the Imperial Power Realm. There's a big gap between you and the Qing Emperor. Even if we 8 heavenly masters join forces, we can still suppress you. Zhang Tianzuan didn't answer Lu Hantian's question. Instead, he clenched his fists and said nervously, I'm asking where Zhuowen went. Lu Hantian asked again. His voice was extremely cold. Zhang Tianzuan and the others' eyes flashed. They didn't answer and silently retreated. Zhang Tianzuan had said that the 8 heavenly masters wouldn't be afraid of Lu Hantian if they joined forces. However, even Zhang Tianzuan didn't believe his own words. Everyone below the Emperor realm was like an ant. This was not a casual remark, it was a fact. Even though Lu Hantian had just advanced to the sovereign realm, he was still not someone a celestial sovereign could compare with. To put it bluntly, celestial sovereign Ziyang and the other 8 celestial sovereigns were simply not enough for the current Lu Hantian. Black and white, let's go. Qing Mu's eyes flickered. He transmitted his voice to the black and white elders beside him. Then, he quietly retreated. He wanted to seize the opportunity to leave the ice prison. Ha 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 ha! Do you think you can leave? Back then, Nantian died because of your blue dragon hall. Today, I'm going to make you pay for it. Stay here. Lu Hantian heavenly master's indifferent voice rang out. Then, 3 of the 9 stars around him turned into 3 streaks of starlight and shot toward Aoki heavenly masters who were retreating. Boom! Boom! Aoki heavenly master's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Black and white, run!" With that, Aoki heavenly masters sped up. They turned into 3 streaks of light and flew toward the entrance of the ice prison. Unfortunately, the speed of the 3 stars was much faster than the 3 of them. They caught up with the 3 of them in an instant. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they sunk downwards, crushing the 3 of them. Damn it! Block it for me! Aoki heavenly masters roared angrily when he saw the huge stars crushing down on him. He raised his hands, and a wisp of green light shot out from between his eyebrows. The green light was in the shape of a small sapling. As soon as the green light appeared, it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a towering tree with countless vines and branches. It looked dense and lush. As its name suggested, Aoki Armor Soul was a 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Master. It had extremely terrifying defensive and recovery abilities. With this special Armor Soul, Aoki Heavenly Masters might not be able to break through Aoki Heavenly Master's defense, even though his attack was not strong. After Aoki Heavenly Masters released their Armor Soul, black and white was not to be outdone. A black and a white light shot out from between their eyebrows and turned into 2 huge dragons, one black and one white. The 2 supreme elders of the Blue Dragon Hall also had dragon souls. However, the quality of the dragon souls in black and white's bodies was too low. They were even inferior to Aoki's 3rd-grade dragon soul. They were probably 2nd-grade dragon souls. Even so, their power was not weaker than Aoki's armor soul. The 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Masters and the black and white dragons soared into the sky, trying to block the huge stars falling from the sky. Rumble. The 3 stars were powerful. The moment they came into contact with the 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Masters and the black and white dragons, they crushed the 3 armor souls with irresistible force. The armor souls of the three Aoki heavenly masters were crushed into powder in less than a quarter of an hour. Boom, boom, boom. Aoki heavenly masters roared angrily. Using all the Yuan energy in his body, they blocked the stars in the sky. However, the power of the stars was too strong. Although Aoki heavenly masters and the other two tried their best, their bodies were still trembling and their legs were slightly bent. The strong pressure even caused Aoki heavenly masters' feet to sink into the ground. Go, seeing Aoki heavenly masters and the other two suppressed in an instant. Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters, and the others finally witnessed the terror of Lu Hantian heavenly masters. They no longer had the slightest thought of provoking him. Instead, they split up and fled in different directions. You can't escape. Lu Hantian heavenly masters stood silently in the center of the ice prison. He walked leisurely and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the remaining 5 stars turned into 5 streams of light and swept towards Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters. Boom, boom, boom. Violent vibrations resounded. Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters, and the other two were immediately suppressed by the 5 stars. They did not dare to act rashly. Slowly walking to Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters, Lu Hantian heavenly masters asked indifferently, "Tell me where Zhuowen is or die." Looking at the murderous Lu Hantian heavenly masters, Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters' eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. He did not expect Lu Hantian heavenly masters to be so powerful when he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. I'll tell you, Zhuowen heavenly masters fought with Bai Mei. When he was captured, he was rescued by the one at the bottom of the abyss. If you want to find Zhuowen heavenly masters, you can go to the abyss. Then Tianzuan heavenly masters said without hiding anything. Which senior attacked him in the abyss? Hearing this, Lu Hantian heavenly masters nodded. Then he slowly floated in the air and continued, "If that's the case, then you can die." As he spoke, Lu Hantian heavenly masters pressed down with his right hand. The pressure on the 8 stars suddenly increased by several times. Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters' faces flushed red with pain. Their bodies swayed as if they could not hold on any longer, and they all knelt on the ground. Lu Hantian heavenly masters, His Majesty Emperor Qing will not let you go. Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters shouted sternly. At this moment, he was not in a good state. He knelt on the ground, his face as pale as snow. An Emperor Realm powerhouse had the right to mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. This power of the stars was too terrifying. It was not something that heavenly masters like them could resist. Don't worry, I won't let Emperor Qing go either. Before that, you should go to hell first. Lu Hantian heavenly master's eyes were indifferent. He raised his right hand again, intending to increase the power of the 8 stars and crushing Tianzuan heavenly masters to death in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A green figure suddenly rushed out from the entrance of the ice prison. This person waved his sleeves, and 8 green lights shot out. These green lights accurately shot toward the stars that were crushing Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects colliding rang out continuously. Immediately, the 8 stars were knocked back by the 8 green lights. When they were dozens of meters away from Lu Hantian heavenly masters, they slowly stopped and revolved around Lu Hantian heavenly masters again. Lu Hantian heavenly masters narrowed his eyes and stared at the green figure that had just appeared in front of him. His lips trembled as he said, "Emperor Qing, I didn't expect that even you would appear. It seems that my breakthrough ceremony is quite grand. Not only are the 8 heavenly masters here, but even you are here to witness it. Your Majesty Emperor Qing." Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters felt the pressure on their bodies lighten. They immediately noticed Emperor Qing, who was not far away, and hurriedly went to him and cupped their hands. Zhang, Tianzuan heavenly masters came to Emperor Qing's side and whispered, "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, Zhuowen was rescued by the person on the 18th level. Look, Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He muttered softly, "It seems that guy recognized Zhuowen? But so what if he recognized him? No one can break the shackles on his body, let alone Zhuowen. Now, let's deal with Lu Hantian first. After we take down Lu Hantian, I will enter the abyss and capture Zhuowen." As he spoke, Emperor Qing took a step forward and arrived 100 meters away from Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters. Wisps of green light flickered and turned into 9 green stars that continuously revolved around Emperor Qing. "Lu Hantian, I can give you another chance. If you join the Qing Xian Empire and assist me, I will give you unparalleled status and resources. Furthermore, we have 2 thearchs. Our Qing Xian Empire is much stronger than the Yin Empire. When the time comes, I can send troops to attack the Yin Empire and pass the Yin Empire's Flame Emperor position to you." Emperor Qing said patiently. Lu Hantian Heavenly Master sneered and said, "Emperor Qing, do you think I can still believe you? I can tell you clearly that I don't care about you." Emperor Qing's eyes darkened. This Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters really did not know what was good for him. Although he did not have much hope in persuading Lu Hantian, he naturally did not feel good when he heard Lu Hantian Heavenly Master's filthy words. "Since that is the case, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, the aura in Emperor Qing's body surged. The terrifying aura gushed out, causing the area around Emperor Qing to become a vacuum. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment Emperor Qing released all his aura, 2 figures arrived at the ice prison break. The 2 figures looked around the ice prison break and immediately came to Lu Hantian Heavenly Master's side. Moyan Wushang, Elder Xiwan? Emperor Qing immediately recognized the 2 people who had appeared in the ice prison break and muttered to himself, "We have finally arrived at the ice prison break. Where is Zhuowen?" Moyan Wushang looked around, tried to find Zhuowen. Looking at Elder Xiwan and Moyan Wushang, Lu Hantian Heavenly Master's eyes softened. When Zhuowen had communicated with him, he knew that Moyan Wushang and Elder Xiwan had accompanied Zhuowen to save him. "Zhuowen should be safe now. You don't have to worry," Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters said calmly. Chapter 863. Wild Lion. Elder Xiwan, Miss Wushang, this has nothing to do with you two, right? Why are the 2 of you interfering in this matter? The Azure Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Elder Xiwan shook his head and said, "Emperor Qing, you are wrong. That Zhuowen is the 2nd elder of my arcane guild and a genius of my arcane guild. How could Zhuowen's affairs have nothing to do with me?" "Then Zhuowen is the 2nd elder of your arcane guild? What about Elder Lu Li?" The Lotus Emperor asked in surprise. He really had no idea that Zhuowen had become the 2nd elder of the arcane guild. Elder Lioli has been killed by Zhuo Xiaoyu for bending the law for personal gain. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoyu's mental strength is much stronger than Lioli's, so you're fully qualified to be the 2nd elder, Elder Xiwan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Emperor Qing fell into a rare silence. He immediately turned his eyes and looked at Moyan Wushang. Since Zhuowen was a member of the Arcane Guild, he had nothing to say. What about Moyan Wushang? Moyan Wushang's origin was extremely mysterious in the eyes of outsiders, but Emperor Qing knew Moyan Wushang's background. However, because he knew Moyan Wushang's background, he was quite afraid of this smiling woman. Moyan Wushang chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, Zhuowen once consecrated the morning bell and evening drum for me. I have no choice but to return this favor. Also, a few years ago, you imprisoned someone from the outer court. That's why I'm here." You're from the outer yard? Why don't I know about it?" The Lotus Emperor frowned and asked in confusion. Of course the Azure the Arch doesn't know. This person is very stubborn and has never revealed that he is from the outer yard. Coincidentally, this person is in the ice hell. After saying that, Moyan Wushang suddenly turned to Lu Hantian and cupped his hands. "Senior Lu, can you release that person for this little girl?" Moyan Wushang pointed at one of the figures in the remaining 3 cages. It was a middle-aged man with long golden hair. He looked like a majestic lion. The middle-aged man naturally noticed Moyan Wushang. He slowly opened his eyes revealing a helpless expression. Clearly, he had also recognized Moyin Wushang. "It's nothing." Lu Hantian laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, a beam of star energy shot out. Instantly, the 3 suspended cages were broken. The 3 heavenly venerables trapped in the cages were released and landed beside Lu Hantian and the others. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Lu." Among the 3 people, one of them was naturally the blonde man that Moyin Wushang had mentioned. The other 2 people were an old man wearing a patterned robe, and the other was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. The blonde man's cultivation was the strongest among the 3. He had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. The other 2 were also in the late stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Although Lu Hantian had fewer people than the Azure Arch, their overall strength was not inferior to the Azure Thearchus. "Uncle Mangshur, you really know how to hide. You actually hid in a remote place like the Qing Xian Empire. You made us look for you for so long." Moyin Wushang stared at the blonde man and asked coldly. The blonde man, named Mangshur, unconsciously touched his head. His face revealed a simple and honest expression. He said, "Wushang, I didn't expect you to find me here. It was my fault. But you also know that the old man is too annoying. He despises me for my poor talent and strength. What can I do? Isn't the reason why I hid in the Qing Xian Empire to avoid the nagging old man?" Moyin Wushang shook his head and said, "Actually, Grandpa did that for your own good. You misunderstood his good intentions." Mangshur scratched his head and said, "I know that the old man has good intentions, but I really can't stand that old man nagging me like a fly. All right, since I found you this time, I must bring you back. When the time comes, you can have a good talk with Grandpa. Do you know that during the time you were away, Grandpa didn't eat or drink? His whole body became haggard. He also told me that if you can come back, he will not restrict your freedom in the future." Moyin Wushang glanced at Mangshur and said. Hearing this, Mangshur's eyes revealed a trace of shame. It seemed that his impulsiveness had really hurt the old man. He hurriedly said honestly, "This time, I won't run away again. I'll follow you to the outer court." Moyin Wushang smiled sweetly and said, "That's right. We are a family. What's there to talk about?" The Qing Emperor didn't stop Lu Hantian. After Mangshur and the others were released, he said indifferently, "Miss Wushang, since the person you are looking for has been released, and I don't want to be your enemy, I think you can leave this place first." Mangshur sneered and said, "You have imprisoned me for 5 or 6 years. Do you want to just let it go?" The Qing Emperor glanced at Mangshur coldly. Seeing the latter's determined eyes, he knew that Mangshur wouldn't leave so easily. He then looked at the other 2 celestial masters behind Mangshur and said, "What about you 2? Are you going to die with them?" The eyes of the 2 released heavenly venerables flickered. After a moment of hesitation, they lifted their feet and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the entrance of the ice and snow purgatory. After a few leaps, they disappeared into the ice and snow prison. Looking at the 2 celestial masters who left the ice-snow prison without hesitation, the Qing Emperor smiled. However, Lu Hantian and the others' faces darkened. They had finally released the 2 celestial masters from the prison. At the critical moment, they abandoned them and left without hesitation. "2 cowards," Mangshur said disdainfully. "Miss Wushang, do you think it is worth it to go against us for a little Zhuowen?" The Qing Emperor tried to persuade Moyin Wushang again. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." "Qing Emperor, what's the use of talking nonsense here?" Lu Hantian's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step and rushed toward the Qing Emperor with the 9 stars. Waves of star power surrounded his body, bathing him in starlight. "Ridiculous. Lu Hantian, so what if you have broken through to the Imperial Power Realm? To me, your strength is still not enough." The Qing Emperor's face turned cold. He jumped and brought the 9 celestial masters with him. They turned into a green light and rushed toward Lu Hantian. Rumble. The 18 celestial masters collided with each other, and 18 ear-piercing explosions sounded. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in a ring shape. The entire ice-snow prison shook violently. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass shattering rang out continuously. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the ice hell, and these cracks were getting bigger and bigger, denser and denser. In the end, the ice hell actually began to collapse at this moment. The surrounding ice walls were like glass, shattering into countless pieces, and an extremely dense amount of crushed stones fell from above. Oh no! The power of the two Imperial Power Realm experts is too terrifying. The ice snow prison is about to collapse. Elder Shiwan's face changed slightly. Let's leave the Imperial City prison immediately, Meng Shi said to Moyan Wushang and the others. What about Zhuowen? Moyan Wushang looked at the abyss in the middle of the ice snow prison worriedly. Lu Hantian had told them about Zhuowen's situation. She knew that Zhuowen had fallen into the abyss because of Whitebrow Holy Master. The abyss leads to the 18th level of the prison. The 18th level is a small world built by the Qing Emperor. Even if the entire 17th level of the prison collapses, Zhuowen will be fine. Besides that, there's a prisoner with extremely terrifying strength locked up in the 18th level. If we enter the 18th level, we'll probably suffer the attacks of that expert. At that time, it's very likely that we'll perish there. It is not realistic for us to enter. Meng Shi's face was solemn. He had been in the icy snow purgatory for 5 to 6 years, so he knew a lot about the abyss in the center of the icy snow purgatory. It was very dangerous inside. Even if a heavenly venerable expert entered, he was afraid that he would not be able to return alive. If Zhuowen falls in, won't he die? Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes narrowed. I'm not sure. Let's leave this place quickly. The ice snow prison will collapse soon. Meng Shi pulled Moyan Wushang towards the entrance of the ice prison. Elder Shiwan furrowed his brows and followed closely behind them. Heavenly Venerate Ziyang and the others had already left the icy snow prison when the icy snow prison trembled. When Meng Shi, Moyan Wushang, and Elder Shiwan finally came out of the prison, an even more terrifying tremor came from the prison. Then, the rockery above the prison shattered into countless pieces of rubble in the blink of an eye. What the hell is going on? Why did the prison collapse? Did a great battle happen in the prison? Around the dungeon, countless cultivators stared in shock at the shattered fake mountain, as well as the powerful tremors that came from underground, causing many of them to lose their footing. Darklight and the other guards who were guarding outside the dungeon were also stunned. They didn't expect such a terrifying anomaly to happen in the dungeon. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound filled the area of several hundred miles around the dungeon. The area of several dozen miles around the dungeon had completely collapsed, forming an extremely terrifying and deep pit. The depths of the huge pit were dark and gloomy, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Then, from this terrifying huge pit, 18 dazzling stars suddenly soared into the sky, leaping up and rising into the air. Among the 18 stars, 9 were green and 9 were dark red. In the middle of the 18 stars, 2 stalwart figures were intertwined. Terrifying power exploded, causing the space around them to collapse inch by inch, forming a vacuum. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the 18 stars in the sky and the 2 figures with terrifying strength. Chapter 864. Nether Dragon. It's actually a battle between 2 martial emperors. This is unbelievable. One of them is Emperor Qing. Who is the other? Why have I never seen him before? The uproar spread like a tsunami. Everyone looked up at the 18 stars that were constantly colliding in the sky, as well as the 2 terrifying figures surrounded by the stars. In the stars, the green figure was Emperor Qing. Many people were familiar with him, but the other person's clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a beggar on the street. His appearance was not flattering, and most people were unfamiliar with him. That's Lu Hantian, the former top expert of Muqin County. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Lu Hantian was imprisoned in the Imperial City's dungeon by Emperor Qing. Now, it seems that the rumor is true. That person is Lu Hantian. This person's talent is terrifying. His cultivation was sealed by Emperor Qing and imprisoned in the dungeon, but he managed to break through to the martial emperor realm. How terrifying! Many people in the crowd had already recognized Lu Hantian's identity, and they all cried out in surprise. Some of the surrounding cultivators who did not know what was going on also revealed looks of understanding. Many cultivators had never seen Lu Hantian's true appearance before. They had only heard of Lu Hantian's reputation. Therefore, when someone mentioned Lu Hantian's identity, many people also understood. Boom, boom, boom. 18 stars revolved in the sky. Lu Hantian and Emperor Qing were extremely fast. The two of them constantly leaped between the stars like agile monkeys, extremely agile and vigorous. The forces produced by the two of them fighting were extremely terrifying, and they could cause the surrounding space to collapse. The battle between the two martial emperors was so terrifying that the people watching below were dumbfounded. The battle between the two of them was almost beyond their understanding. Every move could cause the surrounding space to collapse, forming a void. It faintly revealed a terrifying might that could shatter the heavens and the earth. They all knew that even peak heavenly venerables would be annihilated by the aftershocks of their battle if they got close to the two of them. There was no chance of survival. Boom, boom, boom. The two great Emperor Realm experts fought from the sky to the ground and from midair to the clouds. Terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the sky. The void was filled with black holes created by powerful energies. That night was destined to be a sleepless night in the imperial capital. Everyone in the imperial capital was awakened by the battle between the two great emperors. Everyone rushed out of their residences and raised their heads to look at the sky. Up there, 18 dazzling lights were constantly colliding, creating countless explosions. In the eyes of the martial artists in the imperial capital, the stars that night were so close to them. Those 18 stars were truly powerful stars that had descended from the heavens. They were extremely dazzling. This night was destined to be an extraordinary one. The deep darkness invaded, but in the depths of the 5 fingers, he discovered that he could not see the outline of the 5 fingers at all. Everything was pitch black without any light. Where is this? Zhuowen turned around with difficulty and looked at the boundless darkness around him. His eyes were filled with confusion. Ever since he fell into the abyss, he had been trapped in this deep darkness. Now that all the meridians in his body had been sealed by white-brow heavenly venerate, he could not mobilize the slightest bit of strength. He could only drift along in this deep darkness. "You're here." A deep and unfamiliar voice came from the darkness. Then it echoed endlessly in the darkness. It was as if thousands of people were shouting in Zhuowen's ears. This voice was very unfamiliar, but when it reached Zhuowen's ears, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity was inexplicable, but it could not be erased. For some reason, Zhuowen couldn't help but reply, "That's right, I'm here." After saying that, Zhuowen was a little shocked. Originally, he did not want to say this sentence. He wanted to ask who this person was, but now he blurted out this sentence. "Chi." 2 dark lights suddenly lit up in front of Zhuowen. Staring at the 2 dark lights, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could faintly feel that these 2 dark lights were extremely extraordinary. "You're here. That's good." The deep voice sounded again. Immediately, the 2 dark lights quickly rushed towards Zhuowen. Before Zhuowen could even react, the 2 dark lights were already very close to him. Zhuowen's eyes stared straight at the 2 dark lights in front of him. It's a pair of eyes. Staring at the dark light in front of him, Zhuowen realized that the dark light was actually a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes the size of lanterns. Heavy breathing sounded in front of Zhuowen. The owner of this pair of eyes was definitely a huge monster. "What exactly are you?" Looking at this pair of dark eyes, a trace of fear rose in Zhuowen's heart. This was the fear of the unknown. "Accept me. I will take you away from this place." A deep voice sounded. At this moment, it was as deafening as muffled thunder. "Kid, accept him." Xiaohei's voice also sounded in Zhuowen's mind. "Xiaohei, what exactly is this guy?" Zhuowen did not expect that Xiaohei would actually ask him to accept. He could not help but ask in confusion. "This is a nether dragon, a powerful dragon that can travel through darkness and death. Accept it, and it will take you away from this void of darkness. Xiao He said again. Hearing this, Zhuo nodded. He never doubted Xiao He's words. Lifting his head, he stared at the pair of dark lights and said, I accept. As soon as he said this, the pair of dark lights burst forth with an extremely blazing light. Unfortunately, this light was a dark light. The more blazing it was, the darker it appeared. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. Soon after, Zhuo felt all the sealed meridians in his body collapse at this moment, and all the strength in his body was restored to its original state. Soon after, the sound of wind whistling sounded in his ears. Next, Zhuo discovered that his feet seemed to be on solid ground, as if he was being carried by something. Swoosh! Then, Zhuo's entire body was carried towards the top of the abyss. Its speed was so fast that Zhuo was left speechless. After Zhuo left the abyss, another pair of dark eyes appeared in the pitch-black void of nothingness. However, this pair of dark eyes was not as large as before. Instead, they were the size of an ordinary human. A figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. This figure was silently sitting cross-legged in the pitch-black darkness. His body was shackled by numerous black metal chains, and a sense of loneliness involuntarily rose in his heart. Clang! At this moment, the figure slowly stood up and looked up at Zhuo, who was leaving above. There was a trace of unknown emotion in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, So you've grown up. If Xiao knew, I don't know how happy she would be. Boom, boom, boom. Above the imperial capital, Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian were engaged in a fierce battle. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. All the warriors did not dare to come within 100 miles of the battle. Once they came close, they would be seriously injured or even killed. Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded from the collapsed dungeon, attracting the attention of countless warriors around. What's going on? Why is there a dragon's roar in the abyss of a dungeon? Could it be that there is someone in there? The dragon's roar continued to sound from the abyss, causing many warriors to be surprised. Their gazes were focused on the abyss. The 5 holy masters led by Ziyang, Tianzuan, Aoki, and the other 2 holy masters, as well as Elder Shiwan and the other 2 holy masters, all noticed the dragon's roar coming from the abyss. Their expressions were different as their eyes flashed. Is it Zhuo? Ziyang Tianzuan asked in a deep voice. It's very likely. That kid has a dragon soul, so it's not surprising that he can emit a dragon's roar. But what makes me curious is, how did he come out from the 18th level? Aoki's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of anticipation. If the person who came out from the abyss was really Zhuo, he would not let him go this time. He had to capture him. The 8 of us will join forces and capture Zhuo. We can't make any mistakes this time. Ziyang Tianzuan instructed the people behind him. The heavenly venerables behind him nodded. Whether it was the Azure Emperor's request or the collapse of a dungeon, all of this was related to Zhuo. Hence, they absolutely couldn't let Zhuo off. On the other hand, Elder Shiwan and the other 2 holy masters were delighted. They could also guess that the dragon's roar was most likely emitted by Zhuo. We have to be careful of Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest. If this person is really Zhuo, Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest will not let Zhuo go, Elder Shiwan suddenly said cautiously. Moi and Wushang nodded and agreed. Elder Shiwan is right. Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest have been eyeing Zhuo covetously. If this person is really Zhuo, they will definitely take action. We have to be prepared. We can't let Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest succeed. Swoosh! Just as Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest were harboring evil intentions, a gust of wind swept out from the abyss. Then everyone saw that it was a huge dragon that was a few hundred feet long that appeared above the abyss. The huge dragon was covered with black clouds and mist. Even the air that it exhaled from its nostrils was black. The dragon's eyes were especially dark and looked extremely creepy. On the head of the huge dragon, a figure stood proudly. The wind whistled and swept up the person's long hair. His clothes fluttered in the wind. This is the Nether Dragon? Looking at the huge black dragon that appeared in the sky, Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest narrowed their eyes. They all recognized the fierce and powerful dragon. This person actually brought the nether dragon out from the 18th level. How is that possible? Did that person give it up on his own accord? Zhang Tianzuan frowned and said in shock. Zhang Tianzuan, what are you afraid of? We have 8 holy masters. How can we not be a match for the nether dragon? As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to take him down, Aoki suddenly said. Zhang Tianzuan nodded. They had 8 holy masters. Even if the nether dragon was present, they were not afraid. Chapter 865. White-browed dog swoosh. Empyrean Ziyang shouted. He turned into an afterimage and shot straight at Zhuowen. His speed soared to the extreme. Following Zhang Tianzuan's action, Aoki and the other holy masters followed him without hesitation. They wanted to join forces and take down Zhuowen. Let's do it and stop them. Elder Shiwan shouted and took the lead. His target was Aoki in black and white behind him. Mang Shi and Moyan Wushang were not to be outdone. They turned into 2 shadows and flew out. Mang Shi stood in front of Zhang Tianzuan and spat out a golden primordial force. He threw out a punch and a tiger's roar sounded. Zhang Tianzuan's face changed. He waved his hands and a purple sun rose to meet the attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Zhang Tianzuan and Mang Shi retreated a dozen steps and looked at each other with a grave look in their eyes. At the same time, Elder Shiwan stretched out his skinny palm and pressed it down. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the empty space behind him. Then, an ear-piercing rumble sounded and a transparent mountain formed in the empty space. This illusory and transparent mountain was formed purely by mental energy. Waves of mental energy runes continuously flickered and circulated on the surface of the mountain. It looked extremely mysterious and profound. Mountain deity transformation. Elder Shiwan shouted coldly. The terrifying mountain fell from the empty space and swept up numerous hurricanes. It crushed down on Aoki and the other 2. Black and white. Let's attack together and destroy the mountain. Looking at Elder Shiwan attacking them, Aoki squinted his eyes and looked cold. He knew how terrifying Elder Shiwan was. If they were to fight one-on-one, he would not be a match for Elder Shiwan. Hence, Aoki could only rely on Black and White's power to fight against Elder Shiwan. Millennium Aoki. Black and White dragons. Without any hesitation, Black and White formed a seal with both hands and immediately summoned their black and white dragon souls. 2 huge dragons, one black and one white, roared towards the sky and charged towards the sky. At the same time, Aoki also released his own armor soul. A towering tree grew out of the void behind him. Countless lush vines grew out, turning into a sea of green that covered the sky, following behind the black and white dragons. Rumble. When the 2 collided, a frightening yuan power wave spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to show traces of cracks and collapse. For a moment, they were in a deadlock in the air. Moyan Wushang appeared above Celestial Master Guanghan, Celestial Master Xia, Celestial Master Huang Jiao, and Celestial Master Bai Mei. She smiled and said, "If you want to go to Zhuowen, you'll have to go through me first. Miss Wushang, you want to fight against 4 of us? Aren't you exaggerating? If we accidentally hurt you, don't blame us," Celestial Master Bai Mei said coldly. Although the strength of these 4 heavenly venerables was not comparable to heavenly venerables like heavenly venerables Ziyang and Qing Mu, they were still heavenly venerables after all. If they joined forces, they would probably be able to fight against a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. I'm not exaggerating. You're exaggerating. Moyan Wushang smiled and waved her hand. A huge drum quietly floated behind Moyan Wushang. Wisps of sound waves were faintly revealed. It was actually the faint sound of a war drum. Morning bell and evening drum. Celestial Master Huang Jiao stared at the drum behind Moyan Wushang, and his gaze suddenly became dignified. The 4 of them knew about morning bell and evening drum. Moyan Wushang had found it in a relic. It was said that it had the power of a royal spiritual treasure and was extremely terrifying. Boom! After revealing morning bell and evening drum, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from Moyen Wushang's body. Countless sounds of zither and drum followed this aura and spread in the air. Many warriors in the surroundings were intoxicated when they heard the sound of the zither that spread with the aura. Their eyes were blurred, and some were unable to extricate themselves. The sound of the zither actually had the effect of seducing people's souls. Peak Celestial Master? You're actually a peak Celestial Master? How can you be so strong? Celestial Master Huang Jiao and the other 3 Celestial Masters were dignified Celestial Masters. Naturally, they would not be intoxicated by the decadent sound that Moyen Wushang unintentionally emitted. Instead, they all revealed astonished expressions. Moyen Wushang's origin was mysterious. He suddenly appeared in Imperial Capital and became famous in Imperial Capital because of his exquisite zither playing skills. Moreover, Emperor Qing was very polite to Moyen Wushang back then. All of this indicated that Moyen Wushang was extraordinary. Today, when Moyen Wushang burst out with his true strength, the 4 Celestial Masters were shocked. Moyen Wushang looked like he was only a few years old. At most, he was about the same age as Zhuowen. However, his cultivation realm was so much more terrifying than Zhuowen's. The woman in front of him was an even more monstrous genius than Zhuowen. Cut the crap. I've said it before. As long as I'm here, you won't even be able to touch Zhuowen. The corners of Moyen Wushang's mouth curled up slightly. Her jade-like hand gently tapped on the drum. A thunderous sound resounded, and an invisible sound wave spread out. This sound wave contained an extremely powerful killing intent. It was as if they were on a drum platform in a battlefield, and countless soldiers were shouting to kill. Feeling the horror of the spreading sound wave, Celestial Master Huang Jiao and the other 3 Celestial Masters' faces changed slightly. They all used their respective armor souls. For a moment, 4 different colored forces swept out and rushed toward the sound wave. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the combined attacks of the 4 Celestial Masters were evenly matched with Moyen Wushang's sound wave. No one was giving way to the other. So strong. Isn't that Lady Moyen Wushang from Drunk Spring Pavilion? How could she be so strong? She's resisting the attacks of 4 Celestial Masters by herself. How terrifying! The surrounding people were also shocked, especially Moyen Wushang. Fighting 4 Celestial Masters by herself was indeed a feat that could easily shock people. On top of the Nether Dragon, Zhuowen's eyes were also filled with shock. Moyen Wushang's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. In the beginning, because Moyen Wushang had a concealment technique, he could not see through Moyen Wushang's true cultivation. However, now that this woman suddenly displayed the cultivation of a peak Celestial Master, it really shocked him. She's indeed someone from the Divine Academy. She's not much older than me, but her cultivation far surpasses mine. Zhuowen shook his head bitterly. He finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. In the Qingxian Empire, Zhuowen's talent and cultivation might be at the top of the younger generation. If Zhuowen's talent was placed in the entire Eastern Land, or even the entire Heavenly Armor continent, it might not even be worth mentioning. After all, the Qingxian Empire was just a small place in the Eastern Land. However, Zhuowen did not feel inferior because of this. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and hope. This continent was still very big, and Zhuowen, still had a long way to go. Although this road might be full of thorns, Zhuowen could walk on with a smile. This was because he had a heart that tirelessly pursued strength. This heart gave him the belief to continuously pursue martial arts. Whoosh! Slowly landing on the ground beside the huge pit, the huge nether dragon calmly glanced at Zhuowen. It let out a loud roar and once again dived into the abyss and disappeared. Nether dragon? Who exactly is in that abyss? Zhuowen could feel that the one talking to him was not the nether dragon, but a human. Moreover, it was a very powerful human. Zhuowen also realized that the nether dragon's movements within 10 miles of the abyss were as if there was a layer of imprisonment around it that prevented the nether dragon from using its power. However, This thought only appeared in Zhuan's mind for a moment. His gaze was attracted by the battle in the sky. At the highest point, 18 stars were rumbling. The battle between the Azure Emperor and Lu Hantian had reached its climax. Between the two of them, they could tear the entire space apart. High up in the sky, the originally stable space was now riddled with holes due to the battle between the two of them. Black holes were spreading and wreaking havoc. It looked extremely terrifying. Although the battle between the Azure Emperor and Lu Hantian had reached its climax, it would take a while for the victor to be decided. However, Zhuan was worried. After all, the Azure Emperor had advanced to the Emperor realm for a long time, while Lu Hantian had just advanced to the Emperor realm. There was still a certain gap between the two of them. Although it might not be obvious now, as time passed, the gap between the two of them would most likely be revealed. However, this was a battle between two Emperor realm experts. Zhuan was only at the Sovereign realm. There was no way he could interfere. He could only watch helplessly. The battle between the Celestial Masters was also evenly matched. Among them, the battle between Meng Shi and Xiang Tianzuan was close to a physical collision. It was extremely intense. Elder Xiwan was even more terrifying. He had actually suppressed Aoki and the other two by himself. On the other hand, although Moyan Wushang had relied on the Morning Bell and Evening Drum to suppress the four Celestial Masters, the Morning Bell and Evening Drum was an offensive royal spiritual treasure. It consumed a lot of his origin energy. Moyan Wushang's bright forehead had already started to sweat. It was very difficult for him to suppress it now. Miss Wushang, let the weakest Celestial Master, Whitebrow, come here. I'll deal with him. Zhuan's eyes flickered as he suddenly laughed. He took a step forward and rushed toward Moyan Wushang. His voice was like rolling thunder. This damned bastard. Whitebrow Celestial Master's veins popped out when he heard Zhuan's words. His eyes were filled with anger. Zhuan was too unkind. He actually dared to humiliate Whitebrow Celestial Master in front of everyone. As the weakest of the 5 Celestial Masters, Whitebrow Celestial Master hated it when others said that he was the weakest. However, not only did Zhuan say that, but he also shouted it so loudly without restraint. How could Whitebrow Celestial Master show his face? Zhuan, are you okay? Whitebrow Celestial Master is a Celestial Master after all, Moyan Wushang said worriedly. Don't worry. Whitebrow Celestial Master is at his peak now. It took him a lot of effort to capture me. Now that he has lost an arm, his strength has dropped too much. I'm afraid he might not be my match. Just let him go. Chapter 866. The power of real materialization. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed. Just as Zhuan had said, Heavenly Master Whitebrow's arm had been cut off by the one on the 18th level. Originally, Heavenly Master Whitebrow should have been at the initial stage of the Heavenly Master realm. Now, his strength had dropped by almost 30 to 40%, which was equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. Then be careful. Moyan Wushang nodded. With a wave of her hand, the sound wave from the Morning Bell and Evening Drum bounced out. Heavenly Master Whitebrow was mercilessly thrown out. With Heavenly Master Whitebrow's withdrawal, Moyan Wushang felt a lot more relaxed. Now, using the Morning Bell and Evening Drum to deal with Heavenly Master Yellowbone, Heavenly Master Sunset Moon, and Heavenly Master Guanghan was more than enough. Little bastard, I'm going to skin you, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. As soon as he was released, Heavenly Master Whitebrow's cold eyes stared at Zhuan as if he was staring at his prey. Zhuan laughed. He stared at Heavenly Master Whitebrow with ridicule and said, You have lost an arm. Do you really have the strength to capture me and torture me? Humph. Even if my strength is damaged, you're just a Sovereign Realm warrior. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Die. Whitebrow Heavenly Sovereign snorted coldly. He flew toward Zhuan like a great rock with its wings spread. Milky white yuan power spurted out and turned into a huge palm that slammed toward Zhuan. That young man is Zhuan? Wasn't Zhuan rumored to be missing? Why did he appear from the abyss of the dungeon? Countless warriors around the dungeon also noticed Zhuan. At this moment, Zhuowen had already returned to his original appearance. Many people still remembered his shocking actions in the throne room. Therefore, when Zhuowen appeared, many warriors recognized him. However, what surprised them was that Zhuowen actually dared to provoke the white-brow heavenly sovereign as soon as he came out. Although Zhuowen's aura had actually reached the sovereign realm and shocked many people, wasn't he courting death by provoking a heavenly sovereign with such a cultivation level? Although many people could see that the white-brow heavenly venerate's aura had weakened significantly after losing an arm, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even a one-armed heavenly venerate was not someone a supreme being could challenge. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he stared at the palm of Yuan power that was constantly approaching him. He reached out with his hand and retrieved a blood spear. With a flick of the spear's tip, the sea of blood roiled. Blood sea overflowing heaven. With a low shout, Zhuowen's figure moved along with the blood spear. His entire person merged into the sea of blood. His figure was faintly discernible, like a ghost. Rumble. The sea of blood instantly collided with the Yuan power palm, after which the two of them froze in midair and did not move at all. Kill! Zhuowen suddenly drilled out of the sea of blood. With a wave of his blood spear, the sea of blood parted to form a bloody path. Zhuowen then swung his long spear. Layers upon layers of power erupted and heavily bombarded the elemental energy palm. Crack! In an instant, the Yuan power palm shattered into countless pieces. Zhuowen continued to rush towards the white-brow heavenly venerate like a hot knife through butter. The white-brow heavenly venerate's gaze was gloomy. With a stomp of his foot, he actually took the initiative to retreat, landing dozens of meters away. Rumble. The instant the white-brow heavenly venerate retreated, Zhuowen had already arrived at the place where he was previously standing. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a huge crater by a terrifying force. Thud! Thud! Slowly walking out of the huge crater, Zhuowen straightened his back. Holding the blood spear in his hand, he stared at the white-brow heavenly venerate indifferently. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a faintly discernible smile as he said, "The Yuan power palm can't even withstand a single blow. Under my attack, you are the first to retreat. Worthy of being an Empyrean powerhouse." Zhuowen's slightly mocking words caused the white-brow heavenly venerate's face to turn stiff. His gaze was gloomy to the extreme. If he was facing a martial artist of the same level just now, retreating was an extremely normal thing. Unfortunately, the one he faced was Zhuowen, a junior whose cultivation was 2 levels lower than his. He actually retreated. This had a different flavor in other people's eyes. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen's words came out, quite a number of people's gazes gathered on the white-brow heavenly venerate. There were even quite a few gazes that had mocking looks that were even denser than Zhuowen's. A series of boos sounded out from the surroundings. "Sharp-tongued little bastard. What else can you do apart from talking nonsense?" The white-brow heavenly venerate said with a cold snort. But Zhuowen snickered and said, "An exalted heavenly venerate is actually finding excuses too? Did I break your elemental energy palm? Did you retreat just now?" Interrogating voices sounded out. The white-brow heavenly venerate's brows furrowed slightly, but he fell into a rare silence. "Then what nonsense am I spouting? Could it be that what I said isn't the truth?" Zhuowen said with a cold sneer. "This seat won't stoop to your level. Either way, you're also someone who's about to see the coffin." The white-brow heavenly venerate did not wish to talk too much with Zhuowen. His left hand needed seals. A white light bloomed between his eyebrows. Following that, a swift and fierce eagle cry sounded out. Following that, the white-brow heavenly venerate used his own armor soul, the white-brow sparrowhawk. However, the white-brow sparrowhawk that the white-brow heavenly venerate summoned this time, regardless of whether it was the size or aura, it was much weaker than last time. Zhuowen knew that it probably had something to do with the white-brow heavenly venerate's severed arm being injured. "Little bastard, this time you won't be as lucky as last time. Die for me." The white-brow heavenly venerate roared and leaped up onto the white-brow sparrowhawk's body. Then, his divine thought controlled the white-brow sparrowhawk to charge at Zhuowen. Looking at the white-brow sparrowhawk flying straight towards him, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely solemn. Last time, he had been put in an extremely sorry state by the white-brow heavenly venerate because of this white-brow heavenly venerate. If it weren't for someone in the ice hell abyss who had intervened, he would probably have been a prisoner of the white-brow heavenly venerate. Although the white-brow heavenly venerate's strength had been greatly reduced, and the white-brow sparrowhawk's strength was much weaker than before, Zhuowen still did not have much confidence in facing it. Whoosh! The white-brow sparrowhawk was extremely fast and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Naturally, Zhuowen would not sit still and wait for death. He kneaded his hands together, and 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning shadow and narrowly avoided the white-brow sparrowhawk's attack. So fast, looking at the white-brow sparrowhawk that brushed past him, Zhuowen's gaze became even more solemn. At the same time, he did not hesitate to materialize his dragon soul. Countless wisps of black mist covered his entire body as he entered his Dragon Man state. At the same time, another whistling sound rang out. The white-brow sparrowhawk had actually turned around and attacked again at an extremely fast and fierce speed. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The black dragon scales on his hands continuously squirmed and turned into a pair of cold dragon claws. Then, Zhuowen dragged his claws and attacked the white-brow sparrowhawk in front of him like 2 dragons swallowing a pearl. Dragon Strangle. The white-brow sparrowhawk was not to be outdone. Its pair of eagle claws also fiercely struck out, sweeping up gusts of wind. Boom! The two immediately separated upon contact. Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and trembling slightly. The white-brow sparrowhawk's body merely swayed and charged towards him again. Zhuowen, you're dead for sure. So what if my cultivation is damaged? You're still no match for me. When I capture you, I'll let you experience a fate worse than death. The white-brow Empyrean sovereign's pleased laughter rang out. He stared fixedly at the approaching Zhuowen, an unbridled clamor on his face. Shit, the white-brow sparrowhawk is too fast. It's not easy to dodge. Zhuowen's pupil shrank as he watched the white-brow sparrowhawk approach. He wanted to dodge, but his entire body was numb from the previous collision, making it difficult for him to move. Bang! The white-brow sparrowhawk viciously slammed into Zhuowen's body. Soon after, Zhuowen plummeted from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground. Humph! As expected, you're just a little brat who only knows how to flaunt his sharp tongue. If not for Emperor Qing's orders, I would have killed you several times over. The white-brow Empyrean sovereign snickered coldly. Soon after, he patted the white-brow sparrowhawk beneath him. The latter let out a resounding cry and suddenly swooped down. Its target was Zhuowen, who was in the giant pit. Zhuowen, Elder Xiuan, and Moyan Wushang could see the situation on Zhuowen's side. Although the two of them could easily deal with their opponents, it was impossible for them to completely break away from the battle to rescue Zhuowen. Moreover, it was too late. After all, the white-brow sparrowhawk was too fast. Cough, cough, cough. In the deep pit, Zhuowen struggled to get up. When he saw the white-brow sparrowhawk rushing towards him, his pupils shrank and his face became extremely gloomy. Kid, give me control of your body temporarily. Now that you can partially materialize this Dragon Lord, if you don't resist, this Dragon Lord can use part of your body's power. Seeing the white-brow sparrowhawk getting closer and closer, Zhuowen was a little flustered. Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out. Let you control my body? Sure. Hearing this, Zhuowen did not hesitate and gave control of his body to Xiaohei. Then, he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into his mind. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into a dark gold color. Then, Zhuowen stomped his feet and a gust of energy flew out. His entire body was like a spring as he retreated out of the huge pit. Boom! At the moment when Zhuowen retreated, The white-brow sparrow hawk's attack missed. It directly crashed into the deep pit, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring one's vision. Swoosh! Another eagle cry rang out. The wind whistled and the dust dispersed. The white-brow sparrow hawk rushed out and flew towards Zhuon again. Little bastard, let's see where you can escape to. Die. White-brow heavenly master stood on the white-brow sparrow hawk and looked coldly at Zhuon. At this moment, Zhuon did not care about white-brow heavenly master. Instead, he muttered to himself indifferently, Zhuon, take a good look. This Dragon Lord materialization is not like yours, which only uses brute force. You have never discovered the true power of materialization. With that, Zhuon stomped his feet and a terrifying power poured out. Dense cracks appeared on the ground, and it looked extremely ferocious. Then, Zhuon turned into a shadow, and his speed was many times faster than before. Whoosh! Chapter 867. Seeking Death Swoosh. The white-browed sparrow hawk let out a miserable shriek. It could clearly feel Zhuon's sharp elbow piercing its abdomen. The pain caused the white-browed sparrow hawk to sway. The white-browed heavenly master, who was standing on the white-browed sparrow hawk, staggered a few times and almost fell. Fortunately, he had rich battle experience. Yuan power spurted out from his right palm and used the recoil to stabilize his body. That little bastard, the white-browed heavenly master, gritted his teeth. He had also noticed Zhuon, who was attached to the white-browed sparrow hawk's abdomen. With a loud roar, he threw out his right palm in an attempt to knock Zhuon down. Zhuon sneered and exerted force with his elbow. With a piercing sound, his sharp elbow pierced through the white-browed sparrow hawk's abdomen. With a leap, Zhuon free fell and landed on the ground, dodging the white-browed heavenly master's attack. Swoosh! The white-browed sparrow hawk let out another miserable shriek. Its huge body swayed like a drunkard. A wound that was several feet long had appeared on its lower abdomen. The organs in its abdomen spilled out from the sky, along with fresh blood. Boom! Zhuon landed on the ground. His dark golden eyes were filled with cruelty. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, Kid, these bone spikes in the dragon human form are the sharpest weapons in the world. Not only do you not use them in battle, you even foolishly use your fists to fight. Aren't you courting death? In his sea of consciousness, Zhuon's consciousness also saw this scene, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Xiaohe was right. When he was in the dragon human form, he did not make use of the bone spikes on his scales. Instead, he used his fist to smash them. That was indeed an extremely foolish way of fighting. Xiaohe, since you can completely control my body when the armor spirit is materialized and use the full power of the dragon human form, why didn't you do anything when I was captured by the white-browed heavenly master? Zhuon could not help but ask in a depressed manner when he recalled being completely suppressed by the white-browed heavenly master and even having his meridians sealed. Oomph. Do you think this dragon lord wants to control your body? Now that I'm borrowing your body, every attack is consuming my essence energy. Furthermore, this dragon lord could already tell that the powerhouse in the abyss was going to make a move, so I didn't do anything unnecessary. Xiaohe snorted. I see. Zhuon nodded and continued to ask, who is that person in the abyss? Why did he save me? I don't know about that either. But that person had a nether dragon and was very strong. He should be a descendant of the Ryuka. Furthermore, you're also a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline. He probably saved you because you're from the same clan. Xiaohe said uncertainly. Is he also a Ryuka descendant? Speaking of this, Zhuon's heart skipped a beat. Glan Haohai had once told him that his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, had also been captured by the Azure Emperor, and the person imprisoned on the 18th floor of the dungeon just so happened to be a dragon soul cultivator. Could this person be his father, Zhuo Xiaotian? Xiaohe, we have to enter the abyss again. I suspect that that person is my father, Zhuo Xiaotian, who went missing 20 years ago. Even if that person isn't him, he might know something about my father. Zhuon said in a low voice. All right, but let's get rid of this old thing first. Xiaohe replied in agreement. He took a step forward and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards the wailing white-browed sparrow hawk. Swoosh! In midair, the white-browed hawk also noticed Zhuowen flying towards it. With a shrill cry, it spread its wings and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? Xiao He smiled cruelly. His hands formed a seal, and 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. At the same time, a black mist appeared and covered the 3 pairs of lightning wings, transforming them into 3 pairs of extremely large dragon wings. Seeing Xiao He skillfully controlling his body and forming a seal, Zhuowen, who was in his knowledge sea, was filled with depression. Why did he realize that Xiao He was even more proficient in using his body than he was? Whoosh! With 3 pairs of dragon wings spread, Xiao He's speed reached the extreme. In an instant, he caught up with the white-browed hawk, and a shadow once again reached the white-browed hawk's abdomen. Following that, Xiao He unceremoniously jabbed his elbow. With a piercing sound, the white-browed hawk's abdomen was cut open, leaving a wound that was several feet long. Whoosh! 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 Xiao He's speed was too fast. Every time he flashed past, he would cause a huge wound on the white-browed hawk's abdomen. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the white-browed hawk's blood. Swoosh! Finally, the white-browed hawk let out a sorrowful cry. Due to the excessive blood loss, it turned into a white light and drilled into the white-browed heavenly venerate's forehead. At this moment, the white-browed heavenly venerate stomped his feet and retreated continuously. His gaze was extremely gloomy. He never expected that the white-browed hawk would be defeated just like that. Clearly, the white-browed hawk was suppressing Zhuowen at the beginning. How did Zhuowen suddenly become so powerful and terrifying? It was as if he had become a different person. Silently floating in the air, Xiao He's dark golden eyes stared intently at the white-browed heavenly venerate. He grinned and said, "Old dog, didn't you want me, Zhuowen, to suffer a fate worse than death? Why are you retreating now? Right now, I, Zhuowen, am standing right here, begging for my death. If you have the ability, then let me watch you die. I, Zhuowen, am standing right here, begging for my death." The moment these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. This Zhuowen was really arrogant. He was actually standing there, begging for his death. This sentence really made everyone's jaws drop. Zhuowen, who was in the sea of consciousness, held his forehead with his right hand as black lines appeared on his forehead. This Xiao He was really too much of a troublemaker. Even the words begging for death were spoken in such a domineering manner. Zhuowen felt that his illustrious reputation would probably be completely disgraced by Xiao He today. The white-browed heavenly venerate's pupils shrank slightly. However, he did not step forward again. Instead, he cautiously retreated. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, as if he was guarding against a sudden attack from Zhuowen. As expected of the white-browed heavenly venerate, "Even I am standing right in front of you, begging for my death. Old dog, not only are you not moving forward, you are even retreating." The white-browed heavenly venerate's reputation is indeed well-deserved. Zhuowen suddenly sneered. The white-browed heavenly venerate's face darkened when he heard these words. He said coldly, "Despicable person, you sneak attack my armored soul, white-browed hawk first. Now, you're still hooting here. Don't you feel ashamed?" Ashamed? What is that? I, Zhuowen, have always been shameless. Moreover, what I like to do the most is to beat dogs, especially old dogs. After boasting shamelessly, Xiao He stomped his feet. With the help of his dragon wings, he turned into countless afterimages and rushed towards the white-browed heavenly venerate. However, Zhuowen's face twitched in the sea of consciousness, especially when he heard Xiao He say, "I, Zhuowen, have always been shameless." Zhuowen's mood was like thousands of grass-mud horses galloping past. He wished that he could strangle Xiao He to death. Seeing Zhuowen rushing straight towards him, the white-browed heavenly venerate's eyes surged with killing intent. He opened his hands, and the yuan power in his body surged out. Immediately, the space around him shattered. From the cracks in the shattered space, blobs of green blood continuously gushed out. Heaven and Earth J blood, reincarnation Esher. An endless amount of Heaven and Earth Jade blood descended from the void and blocked in front of Xiao He. It was like a swamp, causing Xiao He's speed to decrease sharply. Moreover, the corrosive power of the Heaven and Earth Jade blood was extremely terrifying. However, the defense of the Dragon Man's state was very terrifying. The corrosive power of the Heaven and Earth Jade blood was basically blocked by the dragon scales. It's not that easy to stop this Dragon Lord. Xiao He snorted coldly. An ink-black fog surrounded his body. Suddenly, he completely ignored the obstruction of the endless Heaven and Earth Jade blood and broke through the waves. Green blood demon flame, burn for me. Seeing that the Heaven and Earth Jade blood was ineffective against Zhuowen, the white-browed Heavenly Venerate's eyes turned even colder. He formed a seal with both hands, and the endless Heaven and Earth Jade blood surrounding Xiao He's body all burned up, turning into dark green flames. A terrifying temperature attacked, causing the surrounding space to distort. Humph! Dragon Scale Guard. Xiao He snorted coldly. The dark black dragon scales, all over his body, emitted an extremely terrifying dark light. Then, illusory dragon scales surrounded Xiao He like stars in the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The defensive power of these illusory dragon scales was extremely terrifying. The surging green blood demon flame could not break through the defense of these illusory dragon scales at all. How was this possible? How did Zhuowen's strength increase so much? White-browed Heavenly Venerate finally lost his composure when he saw that the green blood demon flame could not do anything to Xiao He. During the Ice Snow prison break, Zhuowen was basically completely suppressed by him and was even captured by him. However, now, Zhuowen seemed to have changed into a different person. Both his attack and defense had become so abnormal. Swoosh! Xiao He arrived in front of white-browed Heavenly Venerate in an instant. He stretched out his right hand, which was covered in dragon scales, and the moment it stretched out, it turned into a huge dragon claw and blasted towards white-browed Heavenly Venerate. White-browed Heavenly Venerate screamed and waved his sleeves. He used all the Yuan power in his body to block Zhuowen's dragon claw. Dragon Strangle. Xiao He's voice became extremely cold. The pitch-black light in his dragon claw became even more intense. The Yuan power defense that white-browed Heavenly Venerate blasted out was extremely weak and broke in an instant. Poochie! White-browed Heavenly Venerate spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Just as he was about to make use of the momentum to escape, a black figure blocked his way. Xiao He stretched out his right hand and grabbed white-browed Heavenly Venerate's neck. He then stood in the void and raised white-browed Heavenly Venerate high up. He then faced white-browed Heavenly Venerate's face and shouted, "White-browed Heavenly Venerate, I, Zhuowen, stand here and beg for death again." White-browed Heavenly Venerate rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. Why did Zhuowen suddenly become so crazy? White-browed Heavenly Venerate wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many of the surrounding cultivators also felt that Zhuowen was somewhat different from the rest. It felt like he wouldn't rest until he shocked everyone to death with his words. However, Zhuowen's sudden outburst that left white-browed Heavenly Venerate with no chance of retaliating left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. It was indeed a little shocking that a supremacy could actually defeat a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse. Chapter 868. The cocky Xiao He in his sea of consciousness. Zhuowen saw that Xiao He was about to go crazy again and hurriedly urged, "Xiao He, quickly finish off this white-brow Heavenly Master." Hearing this, Xiao He also knew that he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times and said to the white-brow Heavenly Master smugly, "I, Zhuowen, am standing here and begging for death, but you won't let me die. Then I have no choice but to let you die." As he spoke, Xiao He exerted force in his right palm. The white-brow Heavenly Master did not even make a sound. His neck bent, and he stopped breathing. At the same time, Xiaohe spat out yuan power and blasted the white-brow heavenly master's lower abdomen. He pulled out his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. This ball of light was in the shape of a small person. From its outline, it was extremely similar to the white-brow heavenly master. It was the white-brow heavenly master's nascent soul. Zhuowen, you have already killed my physical body. Don't tell me you want to destroy my nascent soul. Don't push your luck. The white-brow heavenly master's eyes were filled with fear as he shrieked. Hee, don't worry. The nascent soul of a heavenly master expert is very beneficial. How can I bear to destroy you? Xiaohe laughed sinisterly. He formed a seal with both hands and quickly tapped the white-brow heavenly master's nascent soul dozens of times. Then, the white-brow heavenly master's nascent soul collapsed in Xiaohe's palm. You actually sealed me. Zhuowen, you bastard. What are you trying to do? The white-brow heavenly master's nascent soul could not move at all. He knew that Xiaohe had sealed him and could not help but cry out. Noisy, just get lost into the spirit ring. Xiaohe waved his hand impatiently and stuffed the white-brow heavenly master, who was still cursing, into the spirit ring. Then, he transmitted his voice to Zhuowen in his sea of consciousness. Kid, white-brow heavenly venerable's nascent soul is good stuff. If you absorb the power of this nascent soul, it can speed up your cultivation. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Xiaohe was right. The yuanying of a heavenly venerate was the essence of a heavenly venerate. The amount of energy it contained was much greater than that of a golden venerate. However, now was not a good time to absorb the power of the nascent soul. So Zhuowen did not plan to absorb the power of the nascent soul of the white-brow heavenly master. Xiaohe was also very considerate. She sealed the power of the white-brow heavenly master and stored it in her spirit ring. She would find an opportunity to absorb it in the future. Emperor Whitebrow is dead. He was actually killed by Zhuowen. Even his nascent soul was sealed and taken away by Zhuowen. Seeing Zhuowen's series of actions, many of the surrounding people were stunned. Many of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Ziyang Tianzuan, who was fighting fiercely with Meng Shi, also noticed Zhuowen's battle. When he saw Zhuowen seal the nascent soul of the white-brow heavenly master, he was stunned. Meng Shi seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. Dang, dang, dang. Ziyang Tianzuan retreated dozens of meters away. His face was as pale as snow, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked past Meng Shi and stared coldly at Zhuowen. You killed Whitebrow. Xiaohe curled her lips and said indifferently, Not only did I kill Whitebrow, but I also killed your remaining heavenly venerates. With that, Xiaohe stomped her feet, and 3 pairs of dragon wings unfolded on her back. Her speed soared to the extreme. She was actually heading towards the battle between Moyan Wushang and heavenly venerable Huang Jiao. How dare you? Ziyang Tianzuan shouted angrily. He stomped his feet and wanted to chase after Zhuowen. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Meng Shi's sturdy body blocked his way. Ziyang Tianzuan, don't forget that your opponent is me. Meng Shi glanced at Zhuowen, who was leaving behind him. He was also moved. Zhuowen's talent and strength were somewhat beyond his expectations. A mere supreme being was able to kill an initial heavenly venerable expert. Zhuowen's monstrous level was not inferior to the monstrous geniuses in the outer court. If this kid can successfully join our outer court, I'm afraid he'll make those fellows feel threatened. Thinking of this, Meng Shi smiled. Meng Shi, get out of my way. Ziyang Tianzuan shouted angrily. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. Behind him, a purple, blazing sun appeared. In addition to the purple, blazing sun from before, Ziyang Tianzuan now had 2 Ziyang halos floating behind him. They looked extremely dazzling and scorching. It seems that your Ziyang cultivation technique is not bad. Unfortunately, do you think that you can defeat me with this? You're looking down on me. Meng Shi laughed loudly. He stomped his feet, and countless energy swirled in the air. His golden hair danced in the air, making him look like a high-spirited lion king. Golden lion, spiritual wheel. With a low roar, the energy around Meng Shi's body became even more intense. Countless energy surged up and formed an upside-down waterfall. Then, Meng Shi raised both of his hands. Golden origin energy shot out from his palms. It was like countless rays of golden light shooting out. Countless lion shadows appeared in the sky above him. Moyan Wushang, Huang Jiao Celestial Master, Guanghan Celestial Master, and CS Celestial Master naturally noticed the death of Whitebrow Celestial Master. In addition to shock, there was more fear in their eyes. Moyan Wushang alone had already exhausted the three of them. If Zhuowen joined in, they were afraid that they would soon be defeated. In the past, they might not have cared too much. However, after witnessing Zhuowen kill Whitebrow Celestial Master, they had a new estimation of Zhuowen's strength. If Zhuowen really joined in, they would definitely be defeated. Guanghan Xie, if we continue to fight like this, we will definitely be annihilated. It's better to split up and fight for our lives. Huang Jiao Celestial Master suddenly transmitted his voice to Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master's eyes flickered. They replied, "You're right, Huang Jiao Celestial Master. If we don't want to be annihilated, we have to split up and escape before Zhuowen arrives. Let's use all our strength to break Moyan Wushang. Only then will we have a chance to escape." Huang Jiao Celestial Master's eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master nodded and silently gathered their strength. Then Huang Jiao Celestial Master shouted, "Let's break Moyan Wushang together." As soon as he said that, Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master both shouted softly and used their strongest moves. Their palms burst out with their strongest attacks. However, Huang Jiao Celestial Master took a step and quickly fled into the distance when the two attacked at the same time. Huang Jiao Celestial Master had used Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master as scapegoats while he took the opportunity to escape. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master also noticed that Huang Jiao Celestial Master had fled behind them. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. However, they had already released their strongest attacks and couldn't withdraw them. They could only continue to attack Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. His jade-like hands quickly struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times in a row. The 10 sound waves overlapped in an instant, causing the impact of the sound waves to reach an unprecedented peak. Puchi, Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the overlapped sound waves. Their expressions became extremely dispirited and dejected. Huang Jiao Celestial Master is really despicable. After severely injuring Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master, Moyan Wushang wanted to intercept Huang Jiao Celestial Master. However, he couldn't find any trace of Huang Jiao Celestial Master. Huang Jiao Celestial Master's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already slipped away. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiaohe had also come to Moyan Wushang's side. Naturally, Xiaohe had seen what Huang Jiao Celestial Master had done just now. "Zhuowen, what do you plan to do with these two people?" Moyan Wushang turned to look at Zhuowen and inquired. "Kill." Xiaohe didn't say much. He directly swept out and mercilessly killed Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master. Of course, the two Celestial Masters' nascent souls were sealed by Xiaohe and thrown into the spiritual ring. Looking at the decisive Zhuowen in front of him, Moyan Wushang raised his eyebrows. He always felt that the current Zhuowen was like a different person. His style of doing things was completely different from before. If Moyan Wushang knew that the one controlling Zhuowen's body now wasn't Zhuowen himself, but Xiaohe, who knew how he would feel. In the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen had already covered his face with both hands. This Xiaohe really didn't understand the ways of the world. Moyan Wushang was asking for its opinion. This guy not only killed two Celestial Masters in front of Moyan Wushang, but also put their nascent souls into the spiritual ring as if it was a matter of course. How thick did one's face have to be to do this without batting an eyelid? It was a matter of course. Black and white. Let's go. Aoki had already noticed that the battle situation was not right. His eyes flashed, and he took out a green talisman from his arms. He suddenly crushed it, and a mass of green light wrapped around him in black and white. In an instant, they disappeared. It's actually a teleportation talisman. This Aoki seems to have a lot of wealth. Elder Shiwan narrowed his eyes and stared at Aoki, who had disappeared. He had to give up and return to Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang's side. Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and Elder Shiwan, remember this. Our royal family will not let you go. His Majesty Emperor Qing will not let you go either. Xiang Tianzuan shouted angrily. The two Xiang wheels behind him exploded at the same time. The terrifying power spread out, forcing Meng Shi to retreat hundreds of steps, and Xiang Tianzuan flew away. Meng Shi stomped his feet in the air and barely stabilized his body. Looking at Xiang Tianzuan, who had already flown away, Meng Shi said hatefully, "What a coward. I haven't even had my fun yet, and he ran away like this." Meng Shi scolded as he came to Moyan Wushang's side. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "You must be Zhuowen. You are extremely famous in the outer yard and inner yard. Don't miss the entrance examination of Jia Shun Academy." At this moment, Zhuowen had already regained control of his body. He quickly cupped his hands and politely asked Meng Shi. Previously, he had fallen into the abyss, so he did not know who Meng Shi was. "He is Meng Shi, my uncle. Of course, he is also the deacon elder of the outer yard of Jiashan Academy. He is a glutton and lazy person." Moyan Wushang introduced him without any trace of politeness. Chapter 869. 9 stars transforming into dragons. After chatting with Meng Shi for a while, Zhuowen had a good impression of the honest man in front of him. Furthermore, from Meng Shi's relationship with Moyan Wushang, he should also be from Jiashan College. Boom, boom. Muffled sounds of fighting resounded in the sky. Zhuowen and the others raised their heads and looked at the sky. High up in the sky, the 18 stars were still colliding with each other. Lu Hantian and Great Emperor Qing were like two afterimages as they continued to fight. Terrifying power was erupting from their bodies. I wonder if Brother Hantian is a match for the Qing Emperor? Looking at the battle in the sky, Zhuowen frowned slightly. After all, Lu Hantian had just advanced to the Emperor realm, while the Qing Emperor was an expert who had been called an emperor for a long time. In terms of battle power, Lu Hantian was actually not as good as the Qing Emperor. Bang! In the sky, the two of them collided again. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the clouds, and a circular wave of air spread out in the sky like a ball of auspicious clouds. Ding! 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 A figure flew out from the 18 stars and retreated a few hundred feet. He stepped on the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. This figure was Lu Hantian. At this moment, Lu Hantian's gaze was cold as he stared at the Qing Emperor in front of him. His expression was ugly. The Qing Emperor quietly floated in the air and stared deeply at Lu Hantian. He said, "Lu Hantian, you have just advanced to the Emperor realm and have not even stabilized your cultivation. How can you be a match for me? I'm a person who loves talents. Seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate to the Emperor realm, I will give you another chance. Submit to me and listen to my orders in the future. I will help you break through to a higher cultivation level and even give you a supreme position." Lu Hantian laughed coldly and said, "Qing Emperor, you want me to be your dog? Do you think that is possible?" The Qing Emperor's expression darkened as he said coldly, "It seems that you do not accept? All right, I will fulfill your wish and let you die with dignity. In the Qing Xian Empire, no one dares to go against my will. Those who go against me will die." As he spoke, the Lotus Emperor clenched his hands, and thousands of green rays of light shot out, piercing the 9 green stars together like the backbone of a huge dragon. Immediately, the Cyan Emperor's hand seals changed. Cyan energy gushed out like a vast ocean. The tide-like cyan energy adhered to the spine of the giant dragon formed by the 9 stars, forming green dragon scales on the skeleton. Oh, whoa. A green dragon that was almost 10,000 feet long was vaguely visible on the surface of the 9 stars that were connected together. The terrifying dragon might was like the sky was collapsing, crushing down as if it was going to collapse the entire space. 9 stars transform into dragon. Dragon profound 9 heavens. The Azure Emperor's eyes were cold. His clothes and long hair fluttered without any wind. He waved his right hand, and the huge azure dragon formed by the 9 stars roared and charged towards Lu Hantian. What a terrifying dragon! What a powerful dragon might! Looking at the huge azure dragon formed by the 9 stars in the sky, everyone below revealed shocked expressions. The dragon's body, which was close to 3,000 meters long, stretched across the horizon like a river suspended in the 9 heavens. It was as if it was going to split the sky of the imperial capital in half. It was truly shocking. Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed. With a stomp of his foot, countless amounts of blood chi erupted, and the 9 blood-colored stars around him started to spin. Blood sacrifice to the 9 stars, transformed into a long spear. Lu Hantian stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, the 9 blood-colored stars that were spinning around him collided with each other, and a violent rumble resounded through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the 9 blood-colored stars shattered into countless blood-colored powder. Then, the dense blood-colored powder started to spin and condense under Lu Hantian's hand gestures, turning into a blood spear that was almost 10,000 feet long. The might of the blood spear that was 10,000 feet long was not any weaker than the Azure Dragon. Furthermore, there were countless blood-colored vortexes around the blood spear, and it looked extremely terrifying. Go for me. Lu Hantian landed at the end of the blood spear, and his right palm struck the end of the spear. A terrifying power surged out, and the blood spear shot out like an arrow. Whoosh! In the air, the massive dragon and the blood-red spear collided under the gazes of countless people. Azure and blood-red light exploded out, covering the entire night sky. Half of it was blood-red, and the other half was azure. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to have sunk into a strange silence. Everyone's ears seemed to have lost their sense of hearing at this moment. They could not hear anything, and only the 2 colors, one green and one blood, spread across the sky, radiating brilliance and splendor. Rumble. After a long period of silence, an explosion finally rang out in the sky. Furthermore, it rang out continuously, as if endless fireworks were being released at this moment. In the sky, a wisp of deep black appeared in the gap between the blood spear and the azure dragon. This wisp of black became darker, denser, and larger. Finally, this wisp of black continued to expand, and everyone finally discovered this wisp of black. When this wisp of black had expanded to several hundred feet, they finally saw the true appearance of this wisp of black. This is the void space within the spatial crack. The attacks of the 2 Emperor Realm experts actually tore apart the space above, revealing the void darkness hidden behind the spatial crack. Looking at the wisp of deep black, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The void space was hidden behind the spatial crack, and it was extremely difficult to make this void space appear. However, the battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian had actually caused the void space to appear. This showed how terrifying the power of their battle was. Zhuan's eyes were also filled with shock. This was the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. How terrifying! Just by raising his hand, he actually had such terrifying power. Lu Hantian, from my point of view, you were just struggling before your death. Emperor Qing snorted coldly. His vigorous voice rumbled in the sky like thunder. Immediately, Emperor Qing leaped up and stepped onto the Azure Dragon. With a stomp of his foot, an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. What? Emperor Qing's aura is still increasing. Emperor Qing's cultivation has already reached rank 2 Emperor Realm. Looking at Emperor Qing, whose aura had increased once again in the sky, Elder Xuan was shocked and could not help but exclaim, Hearing this, Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and Mangshi were also shocked. Although the three of them were still some distance away from the Emperor Realm, they already had a general understanding of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm was divided into 9 ranks, and each rank was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. It could even be said that the difference between the ranks of an Emperor Realm expert was much greater than the difference between the ranks of the 4 reverends. In the Emperor Realm, it was extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Unless one was a peerless genius or possessed an extremely powerful spiritual treasure, it might be possible to challenge someone of a higher rank in the Emperor Realm. I have to help Lu Hantian. Otherwise, Lu Hantian will not be a match for Emperor Qing. Elder Xuan's eyes were solemn. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a streamer and flew towards Lu Hantian in the sky. Emperor Qing has hidden his strength well. Unknowingly, he has already reached rank 2 Emperor Realm. Previously, there was no news of it at all. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed and his face turned pale. If Emperor Qing was still a rank 1 Emperor Realm expert, they would not be so worried. However, Emperor Qing was a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert, and this had completely disrupted their plans. After Emperor Qing revealed his rank 2 Emperor Realm strength, the aura of the giant green dragon under his feet increased by several times. The roar of the dragon resounded through the sky. In an instant, the sky that was originally split in half by the green radiance and the crimson radiance was suddenly enveloped by the green radiance. The crimson radiance was gradually suppressed by the green radiance and was continuously pushed back. Rank 2 Emperor Realm? Emperor Qing, you have hidden your strength well. You are already a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you're already considered a strong expert outside of the Qingxian Empire. Yet, you're curled up in such a small empire? Lu Hantian groaned and continuously retreated. Emperor Qing was a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert. He was too strong. Lu Hantian had just reached the Emperor Realm. How could he compete with Emperor Qing now? Can't you see the reason why I'm guarding the small Qingxian Empire? The Saiyan Emperor said meaningfully. Ryuka's descendants? Lu Hantian's eyes turned cold. Emperor Qing must be related to the Blue Dragon Hall. Besides the Ryuka's descendants, Lu Hantian could not think of any other reason for Emperor Qing to stay in this small Qingxian Empire for so long. Lu Hantian, you are indeed smart. To be honest, I am one of the outer sect elders of the Green Dragon Main Hall. The reason why I came to your Qingxian Empire is to search for clues about the Long clan's descendants. Coincidentally, there are traces of the Long clan's descendants' activities in the Qingxian Empire. Because of this, I put down my pride and waited patiently in Qingxian Empire for so many years. The rewards are not small. Whether it is Zhuowen or Zhuo Xiaotian, they're both Ryuka's descendants with dragon souls. Especially Zhuowen, who has a rank 9 dragon soul. How can I let go of such a Ryuka genius? Speaking of this, the Qing Emperor's eyes revealed a hint of fervor and madness. After seeing Zhuowen, the Qing Emperor had already planned in his heart. He had a contract scroll with him. He could use the contract scroll to transfer Zhuowen's powerful dragon soul to himself. Zhuo Xiaotian could offer it to Green Dragon Main Hall in exchange for contributions and merits. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By then, Emperor Qing would not need to stay in this small Qingxian Empire. He could roam the entire eastern lands and even the entire Heavenly Armor continent. In order to fulfill my wish, all of you must die. Zhuo Wendy is a must-have. Chapter 870. The pursuit of Emperor Qing. Lu Hantian's expression changed when he saw the Green Dragon's power increase. He roared and waved his sleeve. A terrifying energy surged out from his body, wanting to stop the Green Dragon. Unfortunately, Lu Hantian had only just advanced to the first level of the Great Emperor Realm, while the Azure Emperor had already reached the second level of the Great Emperor Realm. His strength far surpassed Lu Hantian's. As such, Lu Hantian's actions were completely futile. Thud, thud, thud. With a muffled groan, Lu Hantian retreated again and again. His entire body trembled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he still managed to stand in front of the giant azure dragon. "Brother Liu, this old man will lend you a hand." Then, Elder Xuan took a step forward and came to Lu Hantian's side. Then, he waved his sleeves, and a terrifying spiritual energy gushed out and turned into a giant mountain that resisted the green dragon together with the giant spear. "Thank you for your help, Elder Xuan." Looking at Elder Xuan, who was helping him, Lu Hantian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He cupped his hands and bowed. With Elder Xuan's help, the pressure on Lu Hantian was greatly reduced. He was able to block the giant azure dragon. "There's no need for that. You are doing this for Zhuowen, and Zhuowen is the second elder of the Arcane Guild. So helping you is helping Zhuowen." Elder Xuan shook his head and smiled faintly. Emperor Qing's gaze became heavy as he stared coldly at Elder Xuan and said, "Elder Xuan, why do you have to meddle in everything? Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you?" Elder Xuan shook his head and said, "It is not that I want to go against you, Emperor Qing. It is you who wants to go against Zhuowen. If you agree to let Zhuowen go, this old man will not interfere." "Let Zhuowen go? Do you think that's possible?" The Lotus Emperor sneered and continued, "Since you've gone against me time and time again, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Emperor Qing snorted and reached out with his right hand. A green ball of light appeared in his palm. Then, he pressed the green ball of light into the azure dragon's head. "Oh!" The green dragon let out a roar, and its huge body shook violently, as if the green light had caused it great pain. Then, the green dragon's huge body was bathed in the green light. Within the green light, the body of the giant green dragon expanded again. It grew from 1,000 feet to 30 to 40,000 feet. An even more terrifying aura came crashing down, causing Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan to be shocked. "Break for this emperor!" Emperor Qing roared. His voice spread across the sky like thunder. Immediately, the huge azure dragon attacked with its claw, hitting the blood spear and the spiritual mountain. Crack! The power of this attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the blood spear and the spiritual mountain began to shake violently. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound. Regardless of whether it was the blood spear or the spiritual mountain, the surface of the blood spear or the spiritual mountain began to crack. "Are you still not breaking?" Emperor Qing jumped up from the azure dragon and stretched out his flawless right hand. At that moment, the green light on the surface of his hand wriggled and turned into a huge azure dragon claw. Wrapped in the azure dragon claw, Emperor Qing hit the blood spear and the spiritual mountain in front of him. Then, there was a continuous cracking sound. Then the blood spear and the spiritual mountain collapsed. Puff! Elder Xuan and Lu Hantian were shocked. They spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. They only managed to stabilize themselves after retreating a few hundred meters away. Their eyes were filled with fear and terror. Emperor Qing was so terrifying. The two of them were no match for him, even though they had joined forces. Swoosh! There was a piercing sound, and a green shadow cut across the sky. Emperor Qing appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. He struck out with both palms, and countless green dragon shadows swept out around him. Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan were both pale. However, Emperor Qing was too fast. They had no choice but to deal with him. Hence, the two of them struck out with their strongest palms. "The two of you are too weak. You are courting death if you think you can resist me." Emperor Qing's cold voice resounded. Suddenly, the four palms collided. Terrifying energy exploded and swept out countless hurricanes and vortexes in the void. Bang! Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan were like stray dogs. They were hit by Emperor Qing's palms and turned into two meteors that fell to the ground. They landed on the wasteland a few hundred meters away from the dungeon and created two huge pits. Emperor Qing is too strong. Even if Lu Hantian, who has broken through to the imperial power, and Elder Xuan, the president of the Arcane Guild, join forces, they are no match for him. Looking at the defeated Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them shook their heads helplessly. Emperor Qing was too strong. The two of them had joined forces, yet they were still defeated in the end. Zhuowen, run. Emperor Qing's target is you. Now that Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan have been defeated, I'm afraid Emperor Qing will attack you soon. Seeing that Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan have been defeated, Moyan Wushang suddenly said to Zhuowen, "This is a teleportation talisman. Crush it, and you'll be able to leave Imperial City. You just have to be careful. Emperor Qing will not be able to find you." After saying that, Moyan Wushang stuffed a golden talisman into Zhuowen's hands. His beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, just as he took out the golden talisman and handed it to Zhuowen, a strand of cyan energy swept over and destroyed the golden talisman. "Leave? Miss Wushang, do you think that Zhuowen will be able to leave today?" A mocking voice rang out. Emperor Qing walked over with his hands behind his back. He landed on top of Zhuowen and the others and silently looked down at Zhuowen. "Emperor Qing, you dare to touch Zhuowen? He is Sister Chun Shue's sweetheart. If you dare to touch him, Sister Chun Shue will not let you off." Moyan Wushang stared at Emperor Qing and said sternly. The Azure Emperor smiled and said indifferently, "So what? Zhuowen has no power or influence. Do you think that the forces behind Mu Qinxue will accept such a lowly person? As for Mu Qinxue, I'm not afraid. You don't have to use her to threaten me." After saying that, Emperor Qing appeared in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He stretched out his right hand and intended to grab Zhuowen. This grab seemed slow, but it was as fast as lightning. Before Zhuowen could even react, Emperor Qing had already grabbed his right shoulder. "Xiaohei!" Zhuowen growled as his eyes turned dark gold. Then, a terrifying dragon's might spread out from him. Dragon kill! Zhuowen's right hand turned into a dragon claw and slammed into Emperor Qing's palm. The latter's right hand froze for a moment. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Dragon wings open. At that moment, Xiaohei had taken control of Zhuowen's body. She formed a seal with her hands, and 3 pairs of dragon wings grew out of Zhuowen's back. Whoosh! Like the wind, Zhuowen turned into a shadow and quickly flew away. He wanted to escape from Emperor Qing's range. Interesting, but do you think you can escape like this? Emperor Qing slowly retracted his palm and looked at Zhuowen, who was running for his life in a panic. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He lightly stomped his foot and instantly flew towards Zhuowen. Damn it, this Emperor Qing is too scary. He's so strong. I'm scared to death. Xiaohei kept mumbling to herself as she ran. Zhuowen's consciousness in Emperor Qing's mind was also filled with worry. He said, "Xiaohei, Emperor Qing is an Emperor Realm expert. Can we escape? Moreover, Brother Hantian is still here. Won't it be inappropriate for us to escape like this? Damn it, do you have a pig's brain? Emperor Qing's target is you. Or rather, he's here for me. If we escape, we can lure Emperor Qing away. Lu Hantian and the rest are very safe now," Xiaohei said unhappily. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohei was right. Emperor Qing's main target was him. It was impossible that he would specifically target Lu Hantian and the rest. You're absolutely right. My target is you. Therefore, you'd better follow me obediently. Emperor Qing's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaohei's ears. His tone was calm and deep. There was even a hint of interest in his tone. "Emperor Qing?" Xiaohei cried out softly and quickly stopped. In front of him, Emperor Qing, who was dressed in green, was quietly floating. His deep eyes were quietly staring at Xiaohei as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Let's go." Immediately stopping, Xiaohei turned around and left without hesitation. He wanted to break through from another direction. However, what terrified Xiaohei was that no matter how he tried to escape, he could still see Emperor Qing waiting in front of him. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Come with me." Emperor Qing's lips curled up. He stretched out his right hand. Instantly, a huge and terrifying palm enveloped Zhuowen from the void. Rumble. Zhuo Wen's dark golden eyes erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful golden light as he looked at the enormous palm that was crushing down from the sky. With a furious roar, he stomped his foot and actually did not dodge as he rushed towards the palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Zhuo Wen didn't dodge, the mocking smile on the Qing Emperor's face grew even wider. He watched Zhuo Wen's actions with great interest. How could a mere supreme being be able to block his casual palm strike? Crack! However, Emperor Qing's smile quickly froze. Zhuo Wen, who had transformed into a dragon man, raised his hands and caught the huge palm. Then, Zhuo Wen tore his hands apart, and the palm in the void completely collapsed. Swoosh! After the palm was broken, Zhuo Wen spread his 3 pairs of dragon wings and rushed into the distance again at a speed much faster than before. Your dragon soul is indeed powerful. However, these belong to me. You'd better leave them behind. Emperor Qing's eyes darkened. He snorted and rushed out again. This time, he no longer looked down on Zhuo Wen. In an instant, he rushed above Zhuo Wen. His right hand formed a palm and slammed heavily on Zhuo Wen's chest. Puffed. Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew in the opposite direction. His aura became extremely weak. Emperor Qing took another step forward and pressed his right palm against Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen spat out another mouthful of blood and fell down like a meteor. Chapter 871. You're not qualified, Zhuo Wen. Lu Hantian, Elder Xuan, and Moyan Wushang exclaimed when they saw the figure that had been shot down by Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, Elder Shi Yuan and Lu Hantian were both seriously injured. It was difficult for them to get up and help Zhuo Wen. Mo Yin Wushang wanted to help Zhuo Wen, but was stopped by Mang Shi. Uncle Mang Shi, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Moyan Wushang frowned and said coldly when she saw Mang Shi blocking her way. Emperor Qing is too strong. It's useless for you to go over. Let's not get involved in this mess. Let's leave the Qing Xian Empire and go to the outer yard. Mang Shi shook his head. Moyan Wushang's face changed, and she said no. Zhuo Wen was given to me by Sister Qin Shui. I can't leave him alone. Then, Moyan Wushang took a step forward and tried to pass by Mang Shi. Unfortunately, Mang Shi grabbed Moyan Wushang and took out a talisman with a flick of his right hand. Then, Mang Shi crushed the talisman in his hand. Great Shift Talisman? Uncle Mang Shi, you... Moyan Wushang was shocked when she saw the talisman in Mang Shi's hand. This was given to me by the old man. I thought I wouldn't need it, but I have to use it to save you from danger. Mang Shi said, and pulled Moyan Wushang to his side. A dazzling light enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Up in the sky, Emperor Qing naturally noticed Mang Shi and Moyan Wushang leaving, but he didn't stop them. Both Mang Shi and Moyan Wushang had extraordinary statuses, and Emperor Qing didn't dare to do anything to them. Now that they had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now I just have to deal with Zhuo Wen. The Azure Emperor's eyes flashed. He took a step in the air and landed at the place where Zhuo Wen had fallen. There was a deep pit there, and Zhuo Wen was lying in it. His whole body was numb and powerless. Many dragon scales on his body had cracked, and fresh blood was flowing out. Emperor Qing, you bastard! Zhuo Wen roared, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Whoosh! Emperor Qing landed beside the deep pit and looked at Zhuo Wen. He said indifferently, Zhuo Wen, no matter how unwilling you are, it is useless. From the moment you possessed the dragon soul, your fate was already sealed. Of course, if you cooperate with me to let me extract the dragon soul from you, I can spare your life. How about it? Zhuo Wen glared at the Azure Arch and said coldly, You want me to cooperate with you to extract the dragon soul? Don't. The Lotus Emperor was not angry at all. He said indifferently, Looks like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you don't want to cooperate, I will take it by force. I can't guarantee your life. As he spoke, the Cyan Emperor slowly walked towards the deep pit. Then he extended his right hand. Two of his right hand's fingers formed a sword and swept towards Zhuo Wen's forehead. He was actually planning to extract the dragon soul from Zhuo Wen's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! Just as the sword was about to reach Zhuan's glabella, a black fog rushed out of Zhuan's glabella. Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed. He realized that the black fog was extremely corrosive. Wisps of white smoke rose from the surface of his fingers. Emperor Qing took a few steps back and waved his right hand. Green light covered his right hand and neutralized the strange black fog. Emperor Qing, you're not qualified to extract this dragon lord. A cold voice rang out from between Zhuo Wen's eyebrows. Soon after, the ink-black fog rapidly spread out. It soared into the sky and turned into a black fog that filled the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as the black mist churned violently. Following that, a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long flew out from the black mist. Its black dragon scales reflected a frightening chill, and its 3 pairs of huge dragon wings spread open as it soared into the sky. Within the deep pit, Zhuo Wen's injuries were too severe, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. At this moment, he stared at the enormous black dragon in the sky with a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Xiao He had materialized in advance again. Zhuo knew very well how much damage Xiao He had suffered. Xiao He had also materialized in the Baichuan Marquis residence. In the end, Xiao He fell into a deep sleep. The price she had to pay this time was probably not any smaller. The Azure the Arch frowned slightly as he looked up at the black dragon in the sky. Blackie's true form was beyond his expectations. Just the dragon's body alone was tens of thousands of feet long. Its power was terrifying. Many of the surrounding warriors stared at the huge black dragon with their mouths agape. This black dragon was even several times larger than the green dragon formed by Emperor Qing using the power of stars. The terrifying dragon power that flowed out faintly made some weaker warriors tremble in fear. This is Zhuowen's dragon's soul? Is so powerful. Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan were stunned. They looked at the huge black dragon that almost covered the entire sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. Although they knew that the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body was extraordinary, they realized that they had underestimated the power of the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body after seeing it with their own eyes. Although I can't recognize what kind of real dragon you are, your power is beyond my expectations. I must get you. Emperor Qing's eyes flickered. After saying that, he took a step forward and flew toward Zhuowen, who was in the deep pit. After all, Zhuowen was Xiao He's master. Emperor Qing knew that if he could control Zhuowen, it would be much easier to subdue the terrifying black dragon in front of him. Despicable! Xiao He roared angrily. The loud dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the huge dragon body flew toward Emperor Qing. 9 stars transform into dragon. Block the black dragon for me. Looking at Xiao He, who was diving down, Emperor Qing squinted his eyes. He waved his right hand and commanded the huge green dragon that was not far away to fly toward Xiao He. Get lost. Xiao He pressed down with his right claw. Endless black fog filled the void and blasted the huge green dragon. However, the huge green dragon was not to be outdone. It also used its dragon claw to attack Xiao He. Oh, a sorrowful cry resounded. The green dragon claw that the huge green dragon had unleashed collapsed with a single blow. Immediately, the black fog around the black dragon began to spread, wrapping around the huge green dragon. Waves of terrifying corrosive power began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the huge green dragon was completely corroded into nothingness by the black fog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Looking at the huge green dragon that was instantly corroded into nothingness, the surrounding warriors gasped, and the shock in their eyes intensified. They had seen how terrifying the huge green dragon was during the battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian. Even Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan were no match for the huge green dragon. However, in front of the huge black dragon, the huge green dragon was unable to withstand a single blow. With just one claw, the huge green dragon was annihilated. In the distance, Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood why Emperor Qing was trying so hard to get the dragon soul in Zhuozheng's body. That was because Zhuowen's dragon soul was too terrifying. Emperor Qing's 9 stars transformed in a dragon was unable to withstand a single blow from it. The Azure Emperor's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. The black dragon was far more terrifying than he had expected. However, his eyes were soon filled with passion. The more terrifying the black dragon was, the more the Azure Emperor's desire to obtain it grew. As long as he could obtain the mysterious dragon soul in Zhuowen's body, Emperor Qing would be able to obtain a supreme position in the Green Dragon main hall. He might even be able to become a sage. Thinking of all the benefits, Emperor Qing sped up again and quickly closed in on Zhuowen. As long as he could restrain Zhuowen, the black dragon would be helpless. Emperor Qing, you despicable and shameless fellow. How dare you touch a junior like Zhuowen? After annihilating the huge green dragon, Xiaohei saw that Emperor Qing was getting closer to Zhuowen in the deep pit. She could not help but roar angrily. She opened her huge dragon mouth and spat out a huge black ball. 7-colored light flowed on the surface of the black ball. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Emperor Qing also noticed the black ball. His expression changed slightly. With a flick of his finger, he took out a scroll from his spirit ring. With a toss of his right hand, the huge scroll expanded infinitely and floated in the air. Then, the scroll slowly opened and countless petals floated out. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Temple. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach blossoms and then plucked them to exchange for wine money. This huge painting scroll was the Emperor Qing's painstaking creation, the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. The Great Battle of the 9 Counties was held in this Peach Blossom Origin Painting. At this moment, Emperor Qing had even taken out the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. Clearly, Xiaohei's attack had caught his attention. Boom, boom, boom. The black ball instantly arrived in front of the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. Then it contracted and exploded. 7 colored balls of light flowed out from the black ball. It was as if countless rainbows had been pieced together. It was dazzling and eye-catching. The Peach Blossom Origin Painting shook violently. Under the attack of such explosive energy, its surface dimmed and showed signs of collapsing. The Peach Blossom Origin Painting was indeed an Emperor artifact. Although it looked like it was about to collapse, its defensive power was extremely shocking. It forcefully withstood the terrifying, explosive energy. Emperor Qing grunted. In the instant that the Peach Blossom Origin Painting blocked the explosion, he had already reached the deep pit. He sneered at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate." Emperor Qing, how can you do such a despicable thing? As the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen said coldly. Ashamed? Haha, as long as it's a powerful force, I can do anything. What's there to be surprised about? The Qing Supreme Arch did not think much of it. He reached out with his right hand, intending to grab Zhuowen's neck. However, how could Zhuowen let him do as he wished? He stomped on the ground with all his might and rolled out miserably, dodging the Qing Supreme Thearch's hand. Looks like you don't want to cooperate. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.